Alrighty, well, good evening, and welcome back to Shadows Over Loathing. It's been a couple of weeks since I played this game because I got sick last week and did not end up streaming on Wednesday. I was in bed all day, as, well, I should have been. But let us carry on. When last we left off, we had gotten to the Big Moist, fought off Dark Noel, our nemesis, and encountered Alphonse Gator as our newest companion. On the other hand, we do also have Simone. And speaking of Simone, I made a blunder. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drop off Alphonse here, and you can see when you drop off Alphonse, he does a weird swamp dance over there, which is fine. But I made a mistake in my last Shadows Over Loathing stream. Even though I said it out loud, I forgot that the oil slips you forward one if you were using the whatchamahoozits, the track instead of the legs, right? Like the all-terrain track. This leg system instead of this leg system. So I need to get us the extra credit because Simone just deserves better. Like, she absolutely deserves better. So what I need to do here is we need to go, not legs, but we need to go all-terrain tread system. And then just taking a look over here, we need the snowblower, and we need the chainsaw. So I've got the chainsaw, or the circular saw already. That's on the right hand, so on the left hand, we put on the snowblower. And as far as the program goes, so absolutely change the program. We want to go left, then we want to go right, right, then I believe we need the snowblower, forward, then the next forward should actually take us 3, then we do saw, forward, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it should be, because there's another oil, we just go left once. And that should be it. I was running the calculations on this. After as I was watching the stream last time, which was how I kind of had this basic plan in mind. Obviously, I haven't tried it yet, because you can see that Course 7 was complete without extra credit. But again, Simone deserves better, so let's run the robot through the course. So we go right, acquire extra credit, go left, snowblow to put that out, forward, forward again, which launches us straight to there. Yeah, no, I thought that we'd be in trouble. Right? I thought we didn't have enough steps to use the rightmost path, but the oil fixed it. So now, all of them have been completed with extra credit, because again, Simone just absolutely deserves better. So alright, with that being done, I should like to... Well, what I would love to do is I would love to wander around SIT more and get the textbook that I want to get, because I haven't found that yet. But, just getting robot fuel from Simone. Okay, I don't think we've seen this one yet, but As you're walking down a hallway in one of SIT's many and various science buildings, a lab door suddenly bursts open and a wide-eyed, lab-coated man runs out with two large fizzing test tubes in his hands. Refuse my tenure, will they? Those fools! I'll destroy them all. Don't try to stop me. Stop you from doing what exactly? I've created the perfect monster formula. All I have to do is mix these two chemicals, and an unstoppable legion of beasts will devour this entire building and everyone in it. I'ma give him some advice. Hang on a second. Why'd they deny your tenure? They said I haven't published enough original research. The fools! I have created life! Which sounds like a pretty hefty research project. Have you considered, writing down your findings and publishing them? I guess I could do that. I guess. That doesn't sound nearly as fun, though. Oh, stop sulking. Here, I'll lend you my pen. 15 XP, good luck, buddy. Actually, thinking about it, there are things that I want to do while I'm here, because last time we did also get into not Rufus's lab, we got into a radio station in the Big Moist, and hooked up Rufus's gadget to the transistor radio What's-Its, so now we actually need to go around and find some radios, right? So if we see radios, someone has tapped into the steam pipe to power this radio, use Rufus's gadget, tune the radio to WGCR, hold Rufus's gadget up to it, thing clicks a few times, the little needle on it goes up to 1. So we need 11 radios. So anywhere we can find them will be useful. I'm trying to remember if there were any more radios hanging around here. I feel like there was one in the zoo. More robot fuel. Yep, here's another one. And I don't think there's going to be another one on the other floors. Hooray, fighting monsters. And hey, this is the other... So, we've seen that the Hobo King sends people to help us. We've seen that Donnie T sends people to help us. Now we see that Rufus will also send us robots to help. Unfortunately, can't really do much to most of these things. Right? Can't do anything to the lumbering ooze, because all it does is causing bleeding, and lumbering ooze is immune to bleeding and poisoning, as is non-Newtonian globule and sinister vapor. So we'll just have him attack the Arctic ankle-biting spider. I also do need to increase my count. So let's... Oh, one other thing, actually. There was an extra spider in that battle with Dark Noel. So there was a shadow spider in addition to the 2 regular spiders. So I increased the count by 3 this time, but in reality it should have been... Oh, why do I have the fishing rod? Oh, because I got Deuce the toilet gator. That's fine, probably. I mean, it's not like I'll be attacking using my main weapon anyway, right? Not when I've got the Stilton Splatter. Well, alright, Stilton Splatter ain't gonna cut it there. So we'll swear like a sailor at it. I don't think there was a radio here. No. And I don't think there was a radio there. Is there one in fission chips? I don't think so. No. Ovid's shop, maybe? I mean, there are plenty of radios hanging around in general. So we're not really going to be worrying about it too much. But hey, as long as I'm here and I want to wander around... Oh hey, I wasn't covered in Rufus's whatever, and I still managed to get in there. I don't know why I wanted to go in there, but... There wasn't any in the robot lab. And I don't think Rufus himself has one. We got that one already. None in here. I don't think there's one in here or in its bathroom. Also, speaking of bathrooms, while I'm thinking about it, let's re-equip whatever weapon I had. I think it was just... Was it the barbecue fork? It was either the barbecue fork or the frigid ice cream scoop. They both do the same amount of elemental damage. Oh, I forget. Are there ever any radios in these places? Well, not in that one. I feel like there was another one down here. I don't mean one of these, although I'll go down here and I'll poke my head in there. Yeah, okay, here's another radio. Which is not what I was going for, but... Depth perception in a 2D game. Not always, something easy. But yeah, we're up to 3 already. I know that there's a bunch of radios in Crystal Dream Lake, too, so... It's really, it's not something we're gonna have to worry about. It really isn't. Greenhouse access... Yeah, don't have greenhouse access because I'm not part of the whatchama-whoojama-jiggets. Let's see. Go to the scalar wing. And no, the Athena terminals don't count. There's none on the roof, right? Yeah, no, why the heck would there be a radio here? Alright, I think we've done just about everything with the radios. Aha! Sure, it's a deal. Advanced elliptic engineering. I don't think that's the one that I wanted, but that is the guy that I was looking. Yeah. Damn you, why is it that when you show up, you don't give me what I want? Seriously. Like, that's the guy that I'm looking for because I want a specific textbook from him. And, okay, we've done this before. Purpose is calculation. Because robots think that they're smarter than people. You're this... Yes, it's a stick figure game. I'm doing alright, Normans. How are you, good sir? I didn't actually mean to lie to him, it just kind of came out. Fight the shadows? Again, which means there's more spiders, so increase the spider count. And just blast everything into oblivion. Ah, relaxing in bed with your cat. I have an Emily the Cat story to tell from this evening. I got home from work, and my father-in-law was here to visit my wife, and they were doing some work upstairs on something, and, you know, I think the father-in-law pulled out a drill at one point because they were putting something together, and wife couldn't find Emily, and Emma is a massive troublemaker. Like, if you can't see her, it's potentially troublesome because she could, like, she's the cat that got into our ceiling. And she's also gotten into holes in the wall and other things like that. Alright. More shadows is more spiders. Anyway, so wife was a little concerned because, like I said, she couldn't find Emma. And the first thing that I did was, you know, I asked, did you check downstairs? And she hadn't. And I was like, alright, well, let me do that before we start to panic. Because the main area of the basement is basically where cats, you know, it's where the cat's food dish is, it's where the cat's litter boxes are, where we've got the cat trees, you know, things. So I was like, okay, yeah, maybe you're not finding her upstairs, and, you know, again, the cats do enjoy hanging out with the people, but, you know, it's entirely possible. So I go downstairs, and well, literally right there on top of the cat tree, just cool as a cucumber, is Emma. I'm like, okay, yeah. No, that's, those are not the kinds of bots that I just intercepted and confused, so go away. But yeah. Emma was just Emma. And she was in, like, literally one of the first places you would look if you were in the basement. And then she got startled when I went down a second time because she was hanging out by the laundry room, which she really shouldn't. And she bolted upstairs and then made it downstairs before I even noticed. Alright, we'll give it a couple more wanders, because there's just a bunch of shadow nonsense here. Like, I'm encountering the same frickin' shadows over and over and over again. I encountered that professor who was denied his tenure a couple of times by now. So it's like, what the hell? Why can't I, like, this guy who sells textbooks, I only encountered him once. He sold me a bum textbook, not even one of the ones that I was looking for. Now I'm mad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think I'm in any danger even without this textbook. But it's supposed to do some longer. Oh, yeah, well, I'm glad I reminded you. Alright. Let's see. There's too many shadows. This is probably going to be the last one. Like, maybe one wander after this. But I just, again, so some of the textbooks that he gives you, I think one of them will increase your AP by 1, which I guess I'm not particularly worried about considering how much frickin' AP I have. Case in point, see what I've just done in the last several battles. But another one increases the number of... Oh, here we go. Advanced Vascular Anatomy. I think that'll increase HP. So let me actually see what that book does. Yep, grants a max HP plus perk. So that's fine. I have plenty of XP to the point where I could probably use it for some of the stuff I've got back here. Oh yeah, I've learned everything from that. So I can increase my HP, I could increase my sleaze armor, I could increase my hot armor, or I could increase my money drops. I'll increase that. Because why not? More money is more money. Also, my new perk is Comprehensively Veined, which was plus 3 max HP. Hooray! Simone, seriously, how much fuel did you put in that poor robot? Oh hey, goblins. I'll run the gauntlet because I've got 5 sleaze armor now. You power your way through a flurry of snapping towels, defending yourself by grabbing and throwing several bottles of hair oil, kicking over a laundry cart full of jockstraps, and pantsing a few of the attacking goblins, which, to remind you, are wholly asexual mushrooms with legs, so no worries about seeing anything R-rated. Which, doesn't explain the jockstraps. Maybe they're just traditional. Phew! Last one. Oh, I chose the wrong one. But alright, let's fight the Jocklins this time for calling me a nerd. Which, to be fair, I passed all of my Robotectronics classes with, extra credit. But only after I stopped being an idiot. Oh right, some of these guys have sleaze armor, don't they? I think. Yeah, so this just isn't doing as much as it should, so... You know what? Blast you into oblivion. Swear you into oblivion. And Parmesan missile you into oblivion. There. Aha! Well, it says complicated SIT textbook, so it's probably, yeah. I think if it says complicated SIT textbook, that just means that it's something that... But he's showing up a little more often now. Reason with the math. You can always reason with math. And now this is what, the 3rd time I'm battling these guys? So yeah, okay, I'm getting out of here. And I'm gonna go back to, well, a different location. And by a different location, I mean... I guess well, you know what? First place I'll go is Crystal Dream Radio. Because I know there are some radios there, and I know where some of those radios even are. Alright. hang on. What do you have to say, Simone? Simone mutters to herself while jotting something down in a notebook. What's that? Oh, just noting down the results of these field tests. My theories about a robot design are proving pretty accurate. Like what? For starters, it needs more sharp, pointy bits. And the flamethrower would be pretty cuspy. Mysticality increases by 1. Excellent! Good job, Simone. Let's go to Crystal Dream Lake. I don't believe that there's a radio here, no. However, there's definitely one at the pet store. There's also one in the junkyard. There should also be one in the mine. Right, this might be a tiny radio, but it still counts as a radio. Oh, hey, you have a worm. All right. Imagine a snake, except your enemies can't tell which end is the head of the butt. It's slimy. I'll adopt it. What should I nickname this worm? Is anybody even watching to give me worm nicknames? I don't think anybody is even watching to give me worm nicknames. Or worm names, I suppose. But I will wait a second, just in case. I know the stream does sometimes lag. I mean, the default is Wilfred, but honestly, I'm partially more inclined to go with the classic SpongeBob and name it Wormy. I'm not going to be using it because, because Alfina the mosquito is probably my favorite familiar, but still, it's worth showing where you can get familiars from. I mean, hell, I showed you Deuce the toilet gator last time. Which is something. You know what? I will just name this worm Wormy. Just go the classic SpongeBob. When Wormy became a butterfly. Wormy the worm, excellent. That's it. Those are all the pets you have. I think you can get that one if you, something night crawlers from the past. I think. I could be wrong. There's another radio here. No radio here. Also, I don't think it would count because it's in the past. Did Crystal have one at her store? I don't remember. I know there's one at the junkyard. Alright. Scrap metal for Clarence. That increases his HP by 1. Good job. Yeah, there wouldn't be anything back here that's useful. No. So, alright. There's none there. I don't think that there's one at the distillery. So let's just go to the junkyard, and then I don't think Crystal has one. Alright, so we're up to 6. We need 5 more. Since we're here, let's pop by Crystal's store, but I'm reasonably certain it doesn't have one. Talk to them. And we're talking about the 4 states of vampire matter. Because I'd rather not fight any vampire babes if I can help it. Yeah, no, just crystals. There shouldn't be any in the cave. I don't think there are any in Sandwich. Yeah, so let's just bus stop and go to Ocean City, because there are radios here, including the obvious one here in Murray's Antique. There are a few more, like at Ms. Brewster's, I believe. Plus, I think there's something I can do there that I have not done yet. See, there's a radio here. We're up to 8. Have I been... So, there's arcane cooking that I can do. I think I actually... Oh no, I haven't been in here. It's barely worth bearing, just a single bag of flour. Mana-enriched flour, fridge hums. Nothing but bagged sandwiches with threatening notes attached to them. Best to leave them alone. Fish in the sink. Fish in a stack. Continue fishing. Another fish in the sack. Honestly, I wish that I had not sold that, because otherwise I could have self-adhesive rivets and a match. That's all we can do there. The bathroom door continues to be locked. Trying to remember if there's a radio anywhere else. Is there one in this perfectly regular, normal house? Whisper to the shadows. I mean, it's just a normal old regular house. The basement was never full of eldritch horrors. I don't remember there being a radio in here. It's the thing, like, this is my 3rd playthrough of the game. I don't remember where the hell all the radios are. I have some ideas. And trust me, I know that there are plenty of them in the Big Moist for us to poke around at, so I don't have to find them all in previous areas, but I don't think Dirge had one. Pretty sure St. Polycarp's didn't. Hell, let's just go back to Plunkett Street. Okay, hey, look down that alleyway. There's an old newspaper vending machine next to the dumpster. Oh yeah, that's kind of out of the way. I bet it doesn't get much sales. I suspect someone threw it away. Well, no wonder sales are bad. Simone takes a couple of bobby pins out of her hair, bends them into a complicated shape, and jiggles them in the machine's lock until it pops open. Can't have been that bad. There's a fair amount of meat in here still. Here, you can have half. Hey, she gives me half of 32 meat, which is 16 meat. Good job, Simone. Nothing here. I do not believe that there is... I don't think there'd be a radio here in the newspaper place. That'd just be weird. Nope, not there. Couple other places I could go, but I don't think it's really not that important. So I'm just gonna go into the speakeasy. And we never actually figured, I don't think we've ever seen Alphonse Gator. in battle, so... Hi, Alphonse, are you getting along okay here? Boo's okay, too thin. Wanna come with me for a while? Humph, wait, door. Alright, back to the big moist we go. It just seems fitting to have Alphonse Gator here while we're exploring the big moist. Now, we did technically get a lead on Charles when we stopped by the Radio Shack, but didn't really give us terribly much. There are two places we can go. One is the Mudhenge, and the other is Largemouth Bass and Sons. If we remember, something fishy is going on at Largemouth Bass and Sons, which I can now pronounce correctly, because there are a couple of missing people. So let's go take a look-see over there. Oh, hang on. A black shape looms into view. At first it's difficult to make out from the silhouette, but it seems to be a massive shadow brute. It doesn't immediately react to your presence. Perhaps it's facing away, although, again, it's hard to tell. From its movements, it seems to be eating something. Then another shape, a flappy bat-winged shape, unfurls itself on the brute's shoulder and screeches noiselessly at you. The brute starts to turn around. I'm a fight! Which, of course, means 2 more spiders. Alright, I'm gonna try not to kill everything, so that we can actually see what Alphonse can do. So you know what? Morgan, just jiggery-pokery this thing. Alright, so Alphonse here has Swamp Chomp, which does 6 physical damage and recovers 3 HP. He's got Tail Smack, reducing all your adversary stats by 5, or he's got Shadow Tongues, which deals 6 spooky damage to all of your enemies. Now, this sounds good, because it's more elemental damage that you can do to multiple enemies. You combine 6 damage to all enemies, plus the multitudes of 5 damage that Margaret can do with that Stilt and Splatter. And that basically should guarantee that most enemies go down. The problem is, I'm pretty sure shadow enemies only take 1 spooky damage, because they're already spooky. And this does physical damage. So Alphonse is strong. And the ability to both deal damage and recover HP is good. But Alphonse, I generally find myself using, I generally find myself using other companions. Sometimes Obi, most of the time Molly Buttons, and I have not had Simone before, but she seems quite nice. State your business. Business, pleasure, largemouth bass, or I'm here about the children. Or the missing children. Pleasure! You'd be the first in a while to find pleasure in these precincts. Largemouth Bass and Sons has been cursed of late, stranger. Sales are down, children going missing, bosses have stopped speaking to one another. I'd quit, but God help me, I love the damn fish. What goes on at this place? At Largemouth Bass and Sons? Well, we fish largemouth bass and most of us are sons. Why don't the bosses speak to one another? Between you and me and 360 largemouth bass, Mr. Chapman and Tracy haven't been on speaking terms since Mr. Chapman was snubbed at the Aquademy Awards. Aquademy. Man, that is a tougher word to pronounce than you would think. A few years back, they tolerate each other only because they both perform a function vital to the business, which is, well, Mr. Tracy debones the fish and Mr. Chapman rebones them. Only then are the fish ready for sale at market. Hold on a second. Well, it's no wonder Mr. Chapman was snubbed at the Aquademy Awards. Once you've taken the bones out, why the fuck would you put them back in? It's tradition. For generations, a Chapman has deboned the bass, and a Tracy rebones them. I think they got it backward. Or one of them got backwards, because he first said Tracy debones and Chapman rebones. Now he's saying that Chapman debones and Tracy rebones? This is ridiculous. Alright, apparently that unique process is what gives our bass its distinctive tang. What happened to the kids? If you ask me, that's what I just did. Hell, they ran off. This life isn't for everyone. And Tom and Kathy, they never had the makings of a largemouth bass deboner or reboner. Alright? I don't want to think about boning or deboning or bonering or anything. Alright, sign identifies these waters as a site of historical importance. Learn more. Huh. This pool is the birthplace of largest mouth Luke, past present at the signing of the Declaration of Dependence. Okay. On August 2nd, 1792. He was returned to his home waters to die, but his body was never found. Largest mouth Luke. Huh. Fascinating. The viscous puddle reflects a gloomy face. That's fun. The guard seems happy to be here, but skeptical of you. Yeah, this makes sense. Something fishy going on in there. Always. Guard eyes you suspiciously. Don't believe everything you read about largemouth bass. Mr. Tracy's time is precious. I'll defend these fish with my life. Fascinating. Admiring the fish? Yes. Well, I was also potentially admiring you, but... See, here's the thing. If you try to fish here... I hope you're not planning on sticking that rod in there. Largemouth Bass & Sons have the exclusive license to fish in those waters. Is there any way I can fish here? Nope. Largemouth Bass & Sons have the fishing rights. Flex and say fishing might makes fishing right. That attitude might get you places at smallmouth bass and nephews, but we run things different around here. Okay, fine. And you are not given the option to fish again. If you want to catch largest mouth Luke, there's a whole series of convoluted bullshit you need to go through. Honestly, if you ask me, it's not even really that worth it. Are those shotguns keeping you in, or someone, or something? Sorry, are those shotguns keeping you out, or something else in? Who cares? I'm going inside. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Through the knife of the deboner doth still shape, though the knife of the deboner doth still shape largemouth bass, and the world through our actions, there are legion who do not believe, and wouldst tear down thy work. The Book of Garrett. What? You're not close enough to read this? Yes, I am. Aquademy of fresh and saltwater game fish. Certificate of nomination for award. Be it known that Adam Tracy was nominated for an Aquademy Award of Merit for Outstanding Achievement, Best Deboning Bass. So, alright, the second time when it said Chapman or Tracy, yeah, Chapman debones and Tracy rebones, that was wrong. It doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't. It's just stupid. But alright, so you've got Mr. Tracy in there, and you've got Mr. Chapman in here. Stranger is just a chum you haven't met yet. Can I have it? They're not exactly very cooperative. And the cats are also not very cooperative. Lo, with the reboning knife of righteous, has a complete bass been reforged. Book of Karas. But unless we actually want to go and try to find those kids, or potentially, potentially meet Largest Mouth Luke, it's not really worth doing much here just yet. So I'm gonna go to Mudhenge. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Mudhenge. Well, Moonshiner's cabin. You briefly lose track of where you're going because all these big wet trees look the same. You stumble across a ramshackle dwelling, bearing the unmistakable aroma of illicit distillation. Booze is always good. Alright. What do we got here? It's a ramshackle cabin, or maybe a ram cabin shack. Step inside. Oops. Well, there doesn't seem to be much here. This pot has been demoted from soup to chamber. Blech. That is a horrible, horrible demotion. Whoever was last here must have left in a hurry. There's still a poker game in progress. Investigate. You draw cards until you beat all the hands that were left on the table, then you collect your winnings, 23 meat. And that's probably as good, or as close as we're gonna get to scamming anyone out of meat by playing poker in this particular game. They leave any booze behind. The rusty old fire-powered still. I'm pretty sure these aren't meant to be operated indoors. There's nothing in this jarro. Well, that sucks. It's full of ashes, but they're cold. Seems like nobody's been here for a while. Couple of soggy bedrolls. There's a spare car tire leaning against the wall here. Investigate. Huh. The tread pattern on this tire identifies as a Lincoln, which sounds like an impressive piece of deductination, but honestly, the top hat and beard were a dead giveaway. I see. Rotting stump is crawling with worms, and the worms are crawling within it. You get something if you're an insectologist from that. I don't think you get anything from that. But a bunch of tracks here. There's a chaotic mess of animal tracks leading in all directions. Take a closer look. You identify several sets of tracks leading away from the cabin. Hey! One of them matches the tread pattern of that spare tire you found. Let's follow the duck tracks. Follow the duck tracks, which leads you through a lengthy sequence of locations that are of zero interest to non-ducks. Back to the cabin. Follow the horse tracks. You follow the horse tracks to some water, but you don't drink it. I mean, why would you? It's nasty swamp water. Follow the cow tracks. You follow the cow prints to a big hole in the ground next to which lie a pair of shoes with fake cow hooves nailed to the soles. Huh, got an item, cow shoes. Back, hoof it back to the cabin. Follow the human footprints. You follow the human footprints, they lead to, let's call it an improvised latrine a few yards away from the cabin. You decline to investigate further. Follow the cat tracks. You follow the cat tracks, but after a few minutes they lead up a tree you're not willing to climb. I guess if I'm being honest, it's really a tree you're not capable of climbing. I was just trying to preserve your dignity. Badger tracks! This can't possibly go wrong. You follow the badger. You start following the badger tracks, but after a few minutes you realize that this course of action might culminate in you encountering an actual badger, so you change your mind. Terrifying animals. Just absolutely the worst. Alright, fine. Let's do the logical thing and follow the tire tracks. You follow the tire tracks until you lose track of them in the water near a partially submerged cave, the Moonshiners Cave. Check out the cave. Another one of those Gatorman campsites. Maybe the ones who kidnapped Charles got away, or came this way. Investigate. Interesting. This campsite is similar to the previous one. A lot of Gatorman tracks, a lot of discarded trash. These Gatorman Shore are slobs. You also find a 5/16" combination wrench labeled CW. Looks like you're on the right track at least. You got an item, Charles's other wrench. Okay. We're finding a few wrenches. Also, let's sell that book. Where's Charles? Yeah, so here's Charles's wrench, the 7/8 combination wrench, and Charles's other wrench. No fishing, huh? This must be referring to the deeper water that's way over. I'm disobeying. Always disobeying. Alright. A fish in the sack. Rusty cola can. I think is a combat item. And another fish in the sack, a 4-eyed yuck fish. Alright, Alphonse, let's sneak it. Ooh, a friendly boy. How fun. And he gets a shadow bomb. Hooray. This Ford truck has been fitted with Lincoln tires. That's a little ominous, especially since Lincoln was killed in the Ford Theater. Couple of shady-looking characters furtively skulking in this cave. Talk to them. Hi? Hi. Hello. Who are you guys? We're the Schlitz brothers. I'm Clem and... Shut up, Clem! She might be a pro-heat! Oh, I ain't Clem. And I ain't Jarvis. Relax, guys. I'm not a prohibition agent. I'm just passing through. My name's Margaret. Phew, that's a relief. Sure is. Good to meet you, Margaret. What are you two doing in this weird cave? Got ourselves a right predicament, is what we done. What happened? Well, me and Jarvis have been brewing up homemade hooch to sell. Been stashing it in the back of this here cave. We got wind that the Prohees was on our trail, so we figured we'd better cheese it. Pull the old 23 skidoo, you know? Come to find that a pack of them mean lizard varmints got into the hooch, and they won't give it back. We was thinking we'd just take the loss and blow, but we hit another snag. What kind of snag? I went and locked the keys in the truck. Still don't get why you'd go and do a fool thing like that for. I told you, it ain't like I went and did it on purpose or nothing. I'll see what I can do. Yep, it's locked all right. You could probably jimmy the door open if you had a coat hanger. In fact, I do. Wire coat hanger. You get the car unlocked, but your coat hanger gets ruined in the process. Shucks. So that fixes that. You've unlocked Clem and Jarvis's truck for them. I might be able to send them on their way. Oh, God. Vein of Confident Limestone. Get some advice? You listen carefully to the stone. It gives you good advice, the materials with which to implement it. Impenetrable shellac, energizing powder, and powerful grit. Plus 5 XP. Oh god. These Gatormen have gotten into the Schlitz brothers' stash of hooch. They're popping the bottle caps off with their teeth, guzzling down the contents, and generally having too much of a good time to take notice of you. Drunken Gatormen. Approach them. They growl at you menacingly, plainly too sozzled to just jump up and attack you. On the other hand, if you get too near their booze, that could change in an instant. I'm gonna fight them. Just to show you what fighting Gatorman is like, because you're going to be doing that at various points in the swamp. Although I do think for the most part there are alternative and potentially peaceful ways of handling this, but Gatormen have a lot of HP, right? 28 HP, 38 HP. That's only got 12 HP. And that one's got 28 HP also. The Gatorman Screech Mouth is intending to increase its stats by 1 and decreases everyone else's. The Mush Muncher will eat a mushroom, and that's going to do something very unpredictable. Could be healing him, could be poisoning him. The Gatorman Meyer Chef is going to heal. And then we know about the spiders. But these guys are strong, but a few Stilton splatters, since there's less than 5 of them, or 5 or less of them. This will help take out a good chunk of their HP, and the spider. Heck, I think it'll actually take out, yeah, it might actually take them out. I'm just a poke you with a stick. But Gatormen can be strong, and those are some of the variants that we find. You'll get things like Gator Sticks, Gator Punch, Gator Cheese, but you also gain meat when you fight Gators. Because apparently Gators also are meat, just like cows have meat. Anyway, the Gator Cheese increases Moxie and meat drops by 30%, or Moxie by 1, meat drops by 30%, which is not bad. Gator Punch increases damage of melee weapons by 5. Gator Stick is a melee weapon, deals muscle plus 5 stench damage, which is strong. That is pretty strong. I mean, I don't think it's quite as good as... Where did that even go? Yeah, the waterlogged frat paddle does muscle plus 6 stench damage, so it's not quite as power, but it's a decent stick. I don't like that. Anyway, a lot of hooch back here. Jarvis and Clem's hooch, what's left of it. Grab a case since you're heading back anyway. Jarvis and Clem can haul the rest themselves. Got an item, Clem and Jarvis's hooch. Gentlemen! Jarvis nods kindly at you, but Clem is clearly fretting about the truck. I unlocked your truck. Well, dang, that's a load off my mind. Thanks, pal. I'm driving this time. Yeah, that's fair. I dealt with the Gators. You can go get your hooch, at least what's left of it. You hand over the case you picked up. Well, heck, that's great news. Thanks, miss. We'll get to loading the truck in the jiffy. Looks like you guys are good to go. Sure does. Thanks a million, miss. You really saved our bacon. And how? We ain't got much to offer you by way of rewards, but feel free to grab a crate of hooch as a thank you. Grab a case of whiskey for 40 XP. They quickly load the rest of the hooch in the back of the truck and drive away. Unfortunately, you forgot to pay attention to how the to how they get the truck through the weird tree hole. Oh well, maybe next time. That is a little strange, but here's a case of whiskey. If you've got a bad case of sobriety, the only cure is a good case of whiskey. Take it to the speakeasy, which we will do at some point in the near future. I kind of feel like doing that now. The mob submarine, I don't believe there was a radio on that. Uh-oh. Grr. What? Uh-oh. You wander over to see what's up. Alphonse has discovered Oh, good, this. Alphonse has discovered two burly men dressed in leather and furs burying the body of a dead Gatorman. Well, considering the swampy ground, they're less burying it. And more just covering it in mud. Now, I know what this looks like. Looks like you killed a Gatorman, and I don't think my friend here is happy about that. Kill Gatorman? Grah, who cares? Gatorman loser. This worse. Look more. Look more? You take a closer look at the body of the Gatorman before it disappears into the mud. He's dressed in some kind of uniform with an official-looking cap and epaulets, and a big canvas bag. Wait, you mean kill mailman, crime biggest, destroy! The two men step away from the mailman's remains and into a clearing where they set up a camp and small trading post. One of them eyes Alphonse murderously while the other seems strangely serene. This gets into a whole mess, but let's step forward into the clearing and confront them. The plod splosh of Alphonse's reptilian toes draw all activity in the clearing to a close. A hunter, tanning a hide, stops and raises his blade. Oi! No gators! Get back! Get out of here, gator! Go on! Grah! Not boss! Shut up! Defend Alphonse. Alphonse is my business associate. Anything you can say to me, you can say to him. Anything, eh? Even the swear words? Yes. Lucky for you, I don't know any. When I was a lad, the vicar blacked out all the swears in our dictionary. Then we're agreed, Alphonse stays. Nothing to see there, you said. A sack of genuine leather. Open it. It's empty. It's only made of genuine leather. It does not contain genuine leather. The ambiguity is clear now. The person responsible for the original description has been sacked. Hunter's beans, a veritable hill of them. Well, hi there. The man observes you with monk-like serenity. Talk to him. Hi there. Looks like you've set up quite the trading post here in the swamp. ... Paul can't speak. Can't or won't. Don't. How did you become mute, Paul? That's a very personal question. Sorry. It ain't a problem. It's just a hobby of mine to make observations on the nature of questions. Basically, Paul lost his tongue in a poker game. That's awful. Back home, we play our strip poker, high stakes or not at all. Can we trade? So he's got condensed swamp gas, crowbar, gator punch, Gatorman skin pants, which is +1 muscle, +2 physical armor, not bad. Impregnable tack, a pickaxe, which I don't think I have, so I'm gonna buy one. Powerful grits, roll of duct tape, and a couple of sharpening stones. Since I have a roll of duct tape already and a couple of sharpening stones already, I'm not going to buy that, but those are good if you're looking to upgrade either a hat or a weapon. Alright. See, something to say about the dead gator? Swear I didn't know he was a mailman. Would never intentionally hunt a mailman. I never accused you of killing a mailman. Ah, hell, me and my big mouth. He was in my way, you understand? Had no idea of knowing you. Had no idea he was a mailman. Never would have touched a mailman if I'd known. My brother, he had nothing to do with it, understand? I swear it. What's wrong with killing a mailman? Listen to yourself. Can't you tell? Can't tell you. Can tell you ain't a hunter, all right. Most any species is fair game for hunting, but mailmen are protected by international treaty. Last hunter I know who hunted a mailman got pulled up by the International Criminal Court and mailed to Mars. Is he okay? Obviously ain't okay. Don't joke with me. That's the nightmare scenario for a hunter. Getting mailed to Mars? Sent shivers down my spine. It does. Who are you? Me? Ain't much to my story. I'm a hunter. Name of John Leathers. If you can't tell from the accent, I'm from Albion. I don't know where that is, nor what accent I'm supposed to be giving him. As a toddler, I hunted small game like mosquitoes and gnats. I moved on to foxes and voles and such as I grew up. I like the game over here, but I've got my eye on the greatest hunt of all. What's that? Big picture, I'd like to build a ladder to heaven so I can hunt the dinosaurs. That's more of a 5 to 10 year plan, though. I don't think that's how either ladders or heaven works, but I guess it's good to have a dream. Wouldn't it be more practical to build a time machine? That just sounds ridiculous. John wipes his brow with the blade. Four. Never been asked so many questions before. You can talk the talk, all right. What about hunting the hunt? I got work that needs doing, but I ain't going out while they're searching the swamp for the sod who killed their mailman. They'd find me, I'm dead. Don't have to be a Leatherman to know which way the wind blows. What are you asking me exactly? Working on something real important. A project. For that I need 5 gator hides. Even though a place you might find them. Scoped it out myself. Couldn't be easier unless there was a smaller number of gator hides. Alright, what's this project you're talking about? Not so fast. Need to know I can trust you first. I'd better get going. Alright, well, a Gatorman village sounds like a potential place to look if we're looking for Charles Wallace, who was kidnapped by Gatorman. Ah, fuck, more shadow orbs. You spot a shadow orb hovering around and decide to follow it deeper into the swamp. That might seem like a bad plan, considering the old stories about people following will-o'-the-wisps and becoming lost in the swamp forever, but a will-o'-the-wisp is a floating ball of light, and this is the opposite of that, so logically this is actually a very good plan. Except for how it leads you right into a group of tentacly shadow monsters. Oh good, let's fight them, and increase my spider count by 2. Let me actually see if I can not kill everything and show you how Alphonse actually isn't going to be... Wait, how the fuck did we all get poisoned? Well, I'm just going to kill that thing. Oh, the tentacle's poisoned. Gotcha. Actually, this is pretty bad considering how poisoned we are. But Alphonse, if we try to deal spooky damage to everything that's a shadow, they all took -1 HP spooky, which was enough to kill one of them. But, well, not quite enough. So yeah, on paper his power looks good, but it's really not that great. Aha. Okay, it's another Gatorman camp, all right, and there's 4 more wrenches here, a 31/32ths one, a 63/64ths one, and a 1/27th and 1/28th one, and a 255 and a 256th one. Charles must carry one heck of a toolbox. Wrenches are laid out in the shape of an arrow pointing toward a nearby hill. From the top of the hill, you can see some sort of fort in the distance, apparently hammered together out of rusty scrap metal. It's gotta be where the Gatorman took him. Location unlocked, Gatorman Fortress. Grab all the wrenches and combine them with the other ones he dropped to complete the set. Charles's wrench set. Charles dropped all these wrenches as clues to help you find him. Return to Charles when you find him. So you can see, right, none of them wrenches are in my inventory anymore. Well, none of the individual wrenches are. Now then, as for these guys seem pretty focused on their meal, their after-meal hygiene, and their after-hygiene rest, respectively. Fight them! Gotta skin them to fight them. And that, of course, means 2 more spiders, which I almost forgot to update, because I am a silly goofbutt. Alright, so this one over here is a Gatorman Rage Jerk. You can see that he's irritable, and any damage done to him will cause his stats to raise. So you'll see, +3 to all stats because he's irritated. And he's got a lot of HP, right? 38 HP is nothing to sneeze at. And this isn't every hit. Like, this is like... It's not the same thing, because let's not make any mistakes here. Beast Lad is absolutely unique, but it's fairly similar to the attack Rage in Pokemon. Now I have no AP remaining. But look at how high that Gatorman Rage Jerk's attacks are. Can now do 38 stench damage. So... I'm just going to take that thing out with my final attack. And he gave himself 5 poisoning from eating that mushroom. I mean, he was dead anyway, but... Got 2 Gatorman hides. You also gather some Gator hides for that hunter, which is way less grisly than it sounds. The Gatormen are just carrying these around. Excellent. And there's a fishing spot here. Nasty goo and a 1 wet cigarette. Fish in the sack. And a fish in the sack and 3 meat. Ah, yes. This is why I wanted all that muscle. Oh, hold on. Radio. So this is playing like a little sleepy bye. And you can fight infinite Gatormen in here. I don't know if you get... I don't know if you get Gatorman hides from this. I honestly do not... Wow, Alphonse was nearly taken out already. Oh, this one. We haven't seen this one. Gatorman Rottooth could just deal a fuck ton of damage, and you see that reduces AP, which for me is just bad, because I love AP. But this should KO all of them. And I do, in fact, get a Gatorman hide. Excellent. The only good Gatormen are few... Well, hold on. Alphonse is good. Sorry, I do want to push this rock as much as I can, although I apparently only had 10 muscle. I'll have to... Well, you know what? Let's increase muscle with actual stuff. So I can do this. I can do this. Wait, what do you mean? I thought I was wearing my SIT shorts. Oh, I'm not wearing a hat. I thought I put on the... Okay. I'm going to want to move that, like, at least a couple more times, though, so... I will need more muscle before the end of the day. There's a reason for that. I'm not just pushing that rock because I feel like it. I know I'm me, so you can't trust me when I say that, but trust me when I say that. Also, why haven't I done that yet? Was I wearing a different hat? No, I was wearing this one. And then we'll go back to this one. But alright, more Gatormen. Whoops, it's not too late to turn their tails and run. Turn their tails into dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Alright, so you see that there's one of the Gatormen over there, who's got a little shield by him, which just went down, but he didn't take any damage from my stench. Right, so the Gatorman Scream Mouth started as shielded, which means the first attack's gonna do no damage. Luckily, since Margaret does that passive damage with her stench, that basically uses up the thing's single invulnerability. Oh, right, I also haven't shown off this one, which is a Gatorman Weed Lord. Can summon weeds, which whip the entire party for 9 physical damage. That's also, because that's, again, 9 isn't a ton, but it's 9 across your whole party. And not everyone is going to have as much HP as you, the player character, or does. Shove a Parmesan missile up that thing's nose. Woman destroys Gatorman. It's a tale as old as time. Haha. Alright, how many Gatorman hides do I have? 4. He asked for 5. Well, this looks suspicious. This beast prefers books to strange obelisks. That's generally a fair thing to prefer. Like magpies and shiny objects, gators are compelled to hoard all of Grandfather's items. Grandfather's chair. Grandfather's disgusting bird bath, search it. Ugh, you're not sure this was such a great idea? Ugh, you got an item. Grandfather's teeth. From Grandfather's mouth, just sell them, I guess. These look like Grandfather's bags, go through them. Hey, 62 meat. Apparently the creatures have no need of money. You wonder how they could afford the rent on this place. They bought it. Well, they made it themselves. That's odd. Nothing should grow in here. Gatormen put away their rocks when they're done playing. You want to talk about weird? This is weird. Well, this is hardly the strangest thing you've seen over the last few days. It's definitely pretty weird. Looks like a ghostly man, mostly, obviously, his head. But you can just barely make out his body if you squint. You reach out to touch him, but your hand passes right through. Doesn't respond to any attempt to get his attention, but instead seems focused on something you can't see to the left of the disgusting fly-covered meat hook. After a few minutes, the novelty sort of wears off, so you go about your own business. Unlike most of the hanging sacks of gore in these places, this one is swarming with flies. That's a Gatorman meal, presumably. The ghost is still staring intently at something. I have a sinking feeling about this. Before I... No, I don't want to do that. I want to go... it's not blocking the entrance, so I should be able to get in there. Emphasis on should be. Yeah, there we go. Wake some of these guys up, because I need to get more skills, or hides, or whatever. And just blast everything into oblivion. And if I can, then take it out with my final attack. But I think we'll be fine. Yeah, they both have, 10 HP or so left. I've got enough AP. I will say, I had difficulty against the Gatorman when I was playing as... Ooh, hold on. Yes, Alphonse, what say? Get strong! Kill stupids! That doesn't include me, does it? Not yet. Alphonse's muscle increases by 1. Phew! Alright, we're not going to the Gatorman Fortress. We're going back to the Leather Brothers. Uh-oh. All of a sudden you hear a Gatorman screaming wildly to your left. Ah! Then just as suddenly another Gatorman starts screaming to your right. What the... You hear an angry snarl behind you, you turn around, another Gatorman! Oh no! Oh yes! And then you hear someone say, ugh, behind you, so you turn around again. There's another Gatorman! You're surrounded. Well, crap. Fight them. Why not? More skins, better skins. Aha! A robot from Rufus. Excellent. Who should I make bleed? Causes 10 bleeding. Ah, the Gatorman Rot Tooth is very dangerous. How dare you, Spider? Alright, and again, you saw that it said shielded when the passive damage was being done, so it is what it is. And just go stilt and splatter on everything. I don't remember if you get Gatorman hides from these random encounters, but obviously actually finding the random encounters takes luck. So, yeah, apparently I do get some Gatorman hides. Alright, buddy, I should have... Yeah, I've got 8 hides, so... Any joy with those gator hides? Hope you ain't hiding them from me. I've got the hides you need. John chuckles inappropriately. Need? Got news for you. Don't need them. You keep them. That was just a test. Wanted to see if I could trust you with the real work. Seems I can. Ready for some real hunting? Even if it was a test, I think I should get paid. Paid for a test? You're all mixed up, mate. The test is to get paid work. Change his mind? Labor is labor, and I don't work for free. Also, you said it was paid at the start. Better not mention you've worked for a lot of people for free this whole adventure. If Jessica ever asks for rent, you're going to be in trouble. It makes you think how the position of saving the world from shadows and lizards favors those with financial privilege. Alright, if you'll stop screaming about it. Gain 22 meat. Thanks. Truth is, I got no need for 5 gator hides. My ambitions are far bigger. You met Paul. You know he's mute. I'm working to build him a leather tongue. So what do you need for that? 10 gator hides. Okay, I can do that. I've already got 8. Great. My brother will be thrilled. I mean, I literally already have 8, so... Oh no, this is gonna lead to a whole other fucking mess. And we're already in the middle of one fucking mess. Too many fucking messes. Way too many fucking messes. Alright. Ooh, I didn't even notice that my friendly spider got knocked out. That was very rude of whichever one of you did that. This is a problem with constantly having to update counters at the beginning of every fight, because I don't see how the fight begins sometimes. Swear at the gator. I got a Gatorman hide. So here's 2 more spiders. Oh, good. Their spider was already knocked out. That's convenient. And it looks like the mush minder, or the gator mush eater, poisoned himself, which is hilarious. But I get, so Alphonse, I suppose, can be useful if you're fighting other Gatormen, because again, it's 6 damage to every. It's not even like the Stilton Splatter, which is only for 5 enemies. But I'm not even getting to him because I can still deal enough damage. So I got 10 Gatorman hides. Let's see what he's actually up to. Uh-oh. You find the arm of a traveling salesman sticking out of the ground. Given the condition of the arm, it seems like the body it's attached to must have been down there for quite some time. Grab the ring. Interesting. The ring slips easily off the arm's finger because the finger is both wet and withered with decay. One or the other would have sufficed. Got an item, hot pot metal ring. Give him a proper burial. Every time you try to dig, the hole immediately fills with water. You decide to just use the shovel to press the arm down below the surface and call it a day. It's a day. Hot pot ring. Ring made of the remains of a fondue pot that flew too close to the sun. The fondue deluge applies an additional 1 on fire. Not the ring that I was looking for. Alright, good to see you again, but it would really make me smile if you had 10 gator hides to give it to make my brother a tongue. I've got your gator hides. You hand over all the gator hides you've collected, gain 35 XP and 20 meat. Beautiful. That's beautiful leather and it'll make a beautiful tongue. I can look at any animal and tell you what sort of tongue its hide will make. You don't believe me, do you? Go on, name any animal. Buffalo! Too big. Okay. Tongue that's the tongue sorted. Without something to animate it, it's just a lump of leather flesh. What I need, mate, what my brother Paul really needs is the power of speech. So the next plane is going to be much easier to explain if you've ever read Little Mermaid. I can get you a mermaid, that's no problem. Don't need you to hunt a mermaid, mate. What you might not know is that the fairy tale about a little mermaid who gives up her voice is based on a real-life story of a Gatorman merman who traded his voice for a bucket of ham. That's what gave Hans Christian Gatorman the idea. Alphonse nods. Quiet Andrew, famous guy, ham delicious, very smart. I tracked that voice down to a fishing hole in the Gator Village. I told you about before. I must have it. Anything for my brother. Family is everything, mate. I better get going then. So, alright, Gatorman Village, even though we technically allegedly fished... Even though we allegedly fished up everything there for the day, let's see if there's anything else we can fish up, but not before this. Suddenly, silently, a flock of shadowy bats fly up out of the swamp, leaving not a single ripple on the surface of the water as they do so. It's quite frankly the gothiest thing you've ever seen in your life, and you've probably fought actual... Yes, I have fought actual vampires by now. Fight them. Alright. Luckily, they don't have a lot of HP, so... a few Stilton splatters, and they'll go kablooey. Take that, you poultry bats! Alright. This must be the spot John mentioned, fishing the spot with the hot rod. You found something special. You got the item, voice of a Gatorman, plus I got 2 extra meat on the line. That's nice. I think this might be the voice of the Gatorman Merman, or at least the voice of a gator. Oh, okay. I think this might be the voice of the Gatorman Merman, or at least a voice of a Gatorman Merman. Back to the Leathers Brothers. Okay, now here's a sad sight. Old house abandoned long ago to the swamp. Half sunk in the wet muck that passes in these parts for roads. Might have been a nice family that lived in this house at one time. Now you look at it, it's a shame, and I'll go inside. Jeepers creepers. There's a bandit shot dead on the floor, right in the foyer. Must have come in here looking for treasure. From the look of it, he wasn't the only one. Oh, the stink of death hangs heavy in this place. Alright, explore. This seems safe. Holy gosh. Sitting room is littered with bodies. 3 more bandits in the entire defensive line of the Ocean City football team. Obvious what happened. Bandits and football players got sold the same line on a buried treasure by some shifty rumor monger. Both groups came here searching for their fortune, ran into each other, and everyone got shot to pieces. Well, whatever that double dealer sold him, whatever that double dealer who sold him the tip is now, or wherever the double dealer who sold him the tip is now, he'd better be smiling. Keep exploring. Oh, here's the kitchen. Here. Oh, he's here in the kitchen, also shot by a bandit and a linebacker, looks like. He got him too. Poor pathetic souls. Keep exploring. Now the bedroom, the finish line, and here's who made it. Quarterback and the wide receiver. You'd figure they'd have been on the same side, but they shot each other in the back simultaneously. Nothing here but a single jewelry box on the nightstand. Ain't that funny? All that death for a couple of trinkets. Nothing rots a person like greed. Yoink! Mine now. I was just gonna continue where I was going. I don't give a fuck. You! Come talk! Alphonse starts sniffing the air and goes wild-eyed with anger. Well, wilder-eyed. He back! What? Who back? I mean, whose? Abner! Worst Gatorman! Hated enemy! What did he do? Not fight! Go hide! Coward! What did he do to you, though? Very active summoning words causes Alphonse to vibrate with rage. Stole sunglasses! Oh my god. Cool shades! Mine! Took! Kill! Yes, go kill him right now. Track smell! Walk, swim, run, find Abner, find enemy! Smell strong. Closer now. Find, kill! Smell here. Abner here. Kill! Destroy! Cool shades! Kill! Abner's lair. Hook dull, craftsmanship lacking. Well, this looks fun. Alphonse, uh-oh. There! Abner! Ass skater! Kill! So, alright, we have here Abner. We've got Abner's daughter, and we've got Abner's son. Abner himself could do a decent amount of damage, right? Deals 10 stench damage. I think Alphonse's daughter or somebody just boosted their stats all by 1, like right at the beginning of that fight. But she's gonna do some physical damage. Abner's son is the supporter, so I think he's the one that boosted all their stats by 1, and is gonna heal most wounded ally. But not a ton of HP across the board, which means the thing to do is Shadow Tongues. I'm gonna talk at you in Shadow Tongues. Eat butt, Alphonse. No, you eat butt. But at this point, now we just chomp chomp, and Abner gone. You win! Kill enemy! Take shades! Revenge! Sweet! Alphonse's moxie increases by 1. Return, human! Stay here. Terrible trash! Abner dumb, no taste. Grah, worthless junk. Slob. I think that's about all you can do here. Just a couple extra lines about how Abner sucks. If you stick around. But yeah, you obviously want to go back. Abner dead, Shades got, very satisfying, return human. I back, kill enemy, get Shades. I noticed, looking good, buddy. That guy give you any trouble? Haha, yes, too weak, fight boring. Haha, nice. Continue on my way. Oh god. Well, this looks suspicious, but I'll tell you what. I'm going to take a quick break and we'll deal with whatever nonsense this is after that. So I will BRB. Alright, I apologize. Alphonse's voice was a bit rough on my throat, which right now is not exactly in its best condition. Anyway, there seems to be no sign of the Leathers brothers anywhere. And there is this Gatorman Detective looking fellow. Poor unfortunate mailman. Oh no, the Gatorman Detective, you thought he was only a myth. Introduce myself. You're a Gatorman Detective, I presume. Presumption accurate. Watch tone. Margaret allied. Given Gator right. Protecting her. Have Gator right. Acknowledge this. But, are criminal. Are accomplice. Are murderer. Lose Gator right. Prosecute you. What will you do with those men? Mailman dead. Suspect humans. Have trial. Find guilty? Consume them. Could you let them go, maybe? Am unaccepting. Do justice. Liquefy them. You're going to eat them? Drink them. Well, it makes sense. They killed a mailman. So, fair enough. For the Gatorman, this was just another case. But for you, well, it's not that high of a priority either. Chew the fat. Only me again. Back here is suspicious. No, that's fine. Don't fight him. It's not worth it. Uh-oh. That egg is busted. Fascinating. Alright, let's talk to these guys. The hunters have become the caged. Visit the prisoners. What happened here? Got snatched, didn't I? It's funny. Calmer than I thought I'd be. That mailman slaughter's been hanging over my conscience some. I think I'd been expecting the claw of Johnny Law for too long. But Paul, he wasn't wrapped up in this. It's not fair that he should go down for it too. Don't tear the cage open, just give Paul the voice of the Gatorman. Paul and John's eyes widen in anticipation as you pop the lid off the grimy jar. A wisp of breath escapes from the glass prison and wends its way through the bars of the cage, pausing in midair, then darting up Paul's nostrils. The Gatorman is far too baffled by this to react. You gain 40 XP. Freshly animated, Paul's leather tongue sets to wagging. Turn to him. Enough! Enough of obscene murder, in asymmetric service to animalistic desire. Each of you practices a violence that is worse than base. It is vicious. It is corrupt. It is wrong. I call an end to all aggression. I call it now. At stake is the project of life itself. Paul, what are you saying? Then Paul Leathers says 3 words so painfully profound that they reduce not just his brother, but his Gatorman captor to contrite tears. What? It's not too important. Come on, tell me. Don't worry about it. Look, everyone's moving on already. Gushing genuine crocodile tears, the Gatorman Detective unlocks the cage and brings both brothers into an embrace. Paul, the hunting, the killing, all of it. I did it to bring back your voice. In finding me a tongue, you gave away your heart. No longer can I recognize our blood in the ocean of it you have spilled. I call you brother no more. Let's focus on the positives. Paul has a leather tongue. At Paul's urging, John tosses his knife into the swamp in repudiation of violence. The Gatorman is so moved, he tosses his magnifying glass in solidarity. Grab the items before they sink, but be casual about it. Grab the items, don't even try to be casual with it. Surrender a weapon. Let's grab both the items before they sink, but be casual about it. Without even looking, you hook both discarded weapons on the tip of your foot and flip them into your pocket. You got an item, valuable hunting knife, And you got an item, magnifying glass. Watch Paul take charge. Paul eloquently negotiates a resolution to the mailman murder. John will go to the Gatorman to face trial, but the death penalty will not be levied against him. This can't be goodbye, brother. I don't wish it. Know that if I see you again, it will be for the last time. I will use the last of my life to build a ladder to heaven of my own, so that I may protect the dinosaurs from men like you. Alright, well, good stuff, everybody. And thus ends the saga. An empty cage, you stare at it in silence for 4 minutes and 33 seconds and then decide to move on. Huh. This bedroll must be where John accesses the hunter's dream. What's that? A hunter's dream? If you have to ask, then it's not meant for you. I want to go there. If you prove yourself a hunter, maybe. I am a hunter. Yes, you did hunt enough gators to give a man a new voice. That proves you a hunter. Will you dream now, good hunter? I will! And oh boy, what a dream it's going to be. The hunter's dream. Can't go in there. Nothing in the rucksack. This looks basically like where I was. What the heck is that thing? Ew, you've wet yourself. Miss Margaret wet herself. Get the principal. I don't have a principal, I'm an adult. Margaret peed herself. Margaret peed herself. Oh no, this isn't a hunter's dream. This is a hunter's nightmare. Pee pants, escape. Pee pants, soggy britches, Peter Pan, shame on you. Soggy britches, shame on you. Peter Pan's bedwetter, shame on you. Pee pants, shame on you. Ah! No. Wake up right now. What a dream. Felt so real. You got a perk? Hunter's Mark. An awakening, something feels different. Maybe a bed sore. Rise. Alright, what does the Hunter's Mark do? Well, despite that dream being a fucking nightmare, it did provide a useful perk. +2 to melee weapon attacks. Well, isn't that nice? Also, speaking of items, the magnifying glass, detectives use these to investigate tiny crimes. The valuable hunting knife here deals 5 times your muscle and physical damage eventually. So, it seems like it's an excellent knife. It does, but it's not quite as good as you think because that eventually carries a lot of weight. Now, where's Rufus's device? Oh, actually, never mind. Tested 9, so I need 2 more. Yeah, I need 2 more radios. Anyway, Paul here. Paul Leathers has regained the power of speech. He's almost glowing. Talk to him. Hello, Paul. It seems our paths are fated to cross. How are things between you and your brother? He may be mine blood, but I will not call him brother. Our blood is undone by all that which he has spilled in the causes of violence and vengeances. When next we meet, it will be in that azure imperium, upon the highest rungs on our respective ladders to heavens. To heaven. So, not great then. What will you do now? I build a ladder to heaven, which as we speak grows rung by rung. When will that be done? I expect not for several weeks. Can we trade? And he's still got... Oh, actually, I think he's got some more stuff here that he didn't have last time. The hollow gator tooth. I don't think he had... No, he did have the powerful grits. Condensed swamp gas is interesting. Imagine if Reader's Digest branched out into sewer treatment industry. Okay. I have a crowbar. I have 2 crowbars already. 5 Gatorman punches. And yeah, you can get the Gatorman skin pants from the Gatorman right from Fight It, so it really doesn't make sense to buy it here. Alright, but that is why I wanted Alphonse hanging around. Because having him around during the whole Leather Brothers thing is actually kind of funny. Uh-oh. Monster Shack. Let's go there. Again, this is a whole big mess. Like, a lot of things around here are whole big messes. Ah, there's some hobo code carved into this slab of rock. Translated. 12 hobo code knowledge. Code reads, these kids are alright. Well, that's pretty heartwarming. Gain 20 XP. Monster Shack, no skeptics. You're not sure if this is forbidding access or describing the shack's occupants. Inside you find not the decayed and crumbling, tumble-down shack strewn with ancient wreckage that you were perhaps expecting, but an actually maintained and fairly clean tumble-down shack strewn with 12 to 14-year-old kids. Well, that's nice. What the... Hey, what are all you kids doing out here in the middle of this swamp? Why shouldn't we be? Because it's dangerous here. Yeah, but this is where the monsters are. That's why it's dangerous. Do you believe in monsters, lady? Yes, of course I do. Otherwise, it would be a real feat of cognitive dissonance otherwise. You mean you've seen them? Oh, for real? Really real? Well, yeah. Which one? Which ones? Vampires? Oh, those don't count. Those guys are just weird jerks. We are looking for real monsters. I don't understand what real means in this context. Since you believe in monsters, you can join our monster squad. Otherwise, we can't tell you anything because it's secret. Okay, I'll join. Great! It'll be nice to have someone who can reach the top shelf of these old bookcases we've scavenged. Is that it? I'm a member now? Yeah, we used to have a big ceremony where you had to repeat a vow and stuff, but it took too long. We're all busy with our research. Come on in and have a look around. Thanks. Well, you've got a very suspicious shadow void here. Let's reach inside and get a shadow salad, which sounds fun. Anyway, dozens of volumes of serial fantasy for young adults and older than average children. For instance, oh hey, well there's Mary Diaz in the Pyramid of Lightning, but oh, what's this? You got an item? Mascarpone's Monster or the Modern Provolone. Okay. Ooh! An old-timey fantasy novel about a mad scientist and his doomed quest to create the perfect being out of cheese. Grants us a combat skill in mental elemental. Summon a cheesy ally. Read! You read the cautionary tale and take the exact wrong lesson from it. Sure, tampering with forces beyond his control killed this mascarpone clown, but you're built different. You got a skill. Mental elemental. It's an appendix at the end of the book with a bunch of boring science details. If you can memorize the appendix, you're summoned. Mental elementals, muscle, mysticality, moxie. Well, hell, I'm memorizing it. Alright, you internalize the details in the appendix, allowing you to strengthen the other organs of your creations. And mental elemental has been upgraded. You summon a test elemental who grabs the book out of your hands and tears it in half. It's alive! Alive! Yes. Well, that sounds fun. Ooh. Ooh. Add +3 hot armor to a hat. So obviously this is kind of like the beam golem that I could summon back in West of Loathing. That sounds fun. Alright, so now my hat, and really I have not found a much better hat than this one as far as mysticality goes. I mean, technically I suppose the chef's hat is +2 to magical weapon attacks, but I like the actual stat increase. Yeah, the mushroom cap starts with the same +1 mysticality. I suppose the wet fez, but now I've got the +3 hot armor on this one too. X-Rock helmet's okay. I don't know. But yeah, you can talk to each and every one of these kids and get some monsters to track down. Every single one of them will have a specific monster. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 monsters. And then there's this cat here. Little sign on the table says Boris only. The cat had better be Boris or there's going to be trouble. Try to pet it. Boris hisses at you. He must know you're an outsider. Which I am. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's a workbench covered with tools and oranges. If you complete all 6 of the tasks for these kids, not only will you unlock the ability to pet Boris, who I believe gives you plus spooky armor as your cat perk, but you'll also get an accessory that improves for every single one of the tasks you've completed. Like I said, it's a whole big thing. Like, we saw that the Leathers Brothers was a whole big thing. Largemouth Bass and Sons is going to be a whole big thing. The Frog Bog is going to be bullshit. Like, there's a lot of long and I'll tell you also, Mudhenge is... Mudhenge is weird. Weird as shit, man. As you would expect from a place named after Stonehenge. Obviously, the Gatorman Fortress is our ultimate goal, since now that we know where Charles is, that is, in fact, where we want to go. On the other hand, I'm going to pop back by the bus stop and, well, see what happens. Grah! Why here? Swampdom! We go! What, you don't like the swamp? It's your home. Bad home! All mud. Smell gross. What about your family? Alphonse stares at you incredulously. Oh, come on. Surely this place is good for something. Yes! Make angry! Alphonse's muscle increases by 1. Wander a bit. Oh, good. Fighting more Gatormen. Standing still and hoping that they leave, by the way, is not going to work. It'll just get the shit beaten out of you. I did try it once just to see. By the way, even the passive damage that Margaret does increases this thing's irritated, so... Not great, but it is what it is. If we do get to Alphonse's turn, which I don't think we will, again, Alphonse just being able to deal splatter damage to every enemy is not bad, but yeah, we're not getting there. Although, you know what? Well, actually, I was going to say, you know what? I want to see how much Alphonse can do now, but again, Margaret's just too powerful. The Swamp Mushroom. I don't know if we've seen those yet. We might have, but I don't think I acknowledged it yet. This Swamp Mushroom does not appear to be any Yes, Joe, I am in fact alive. It is going relatively well. I'm kind of stuck in a swamp, and I have found some swamp mushrooms. Um, Eating them will have a question mark, question mark, question mark effect, which can be good or it can be bad. Just like these are the same mushrooms that the Gator Man eats. So, again, sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be bad. Nothing else there. I'm trying to remember. There was no radio in the Monster Shack. I don't think I checked the mob submarine, but I don't think that there's a radio in the mob submarine. Huh. In a gloomy grove of sunken cypress trees, a well-muscled woman stands waist-deep in the opaque bog. Her hands rests on the pommel of a sword, its blade lodged in the muck. It catches your eye because it's not the type of thing you tend to see on the East Coast. What sword is that? This is the blade of your great aunt. Many moons ago, it was entrusted to my family for safekeeping. Now it is yours to reclaim for a cost. What great aunt? Have you forgotten your lineage, girl? Time was every tavern and meeting house kept a place by the fire for Hilda Eckelberg. I'm good for swords. She scowls and descends with the sword deep into the swamp. Is it too late to get the sword? Gingerly, you reach a toe into the swamp water and straightaway hit mud. The pool in which the woman stood is less than an inch deep. Dang. If you are a pig skinner, the sword's not a terrible weapon to grab, but you will incur a penalty for getting that sword. Namely, she'll give you a negative perk called Swamp Geese, which decreases all of your M stats by 1. And it's not particularly worth it if you're not going to use melee weapons. So... Ooh, okay. You catch a whiff of burnt rubber and see a column of smoke drifting into the sky nearby. As you get closer to the site, you see that a small airplane has crashed into the mud, or perhaps splatted or glorped into the mud. Crash site. Investigate it! This is going to be a whole other mess, but it's alright. Because you get to help out a cute woman. It's a grumpy-looking pile. Well, I'd be grumpy if I were her, because this is the most diagonal plane you've ever encountered. Yeah, that makes sense. Talk to her. Seems like you got kind of a problem here. You think? Yeah, 3 kinds of problems I got, if you don't count the headache. My plane being stuck ass downward in this swamp is just the most obvious one. Anything I can help with? My name's Margaret, by the way. Rhonda Rasmussen. Hi. And yeah, if you've got some time on your hands, you can bet your buns I can use it. Ah, she's after Margaret's buns. This makes perfect sense. What happened? Well, I'm looking to be the first to fly a plane all the way around the swamp in one go, see? Nearly made it too, but first to fly nearly all the way around the swamp won't be making any newspaper headlines. Now look what I got. A plane half buried in the muck, tainted fuel, and even if I got those sorted out, there ain't enough of a runway here for me to get flying again. Your plane seems real stuck. Oh, you noticed, huh? Yeah, it's sticking up out of the ground there. Right, yep, it sure is. Later on, just staring at you starts to make you a little uncomfortable. Oh? Let's talk about something else, shall we? What's wrong with your fuel? When I landed, the fuel tank got full of swamp water. Which, I don't know how well versed you are in the chemistry of aircraft fuel, but not good for it. Not good for it. So I siphoned the tank dry, figured it wouldn't be that big a deal since I got a can of backup fuel. Oh, let me guess, that's full of water too. Ain't nothing so bad it can't be a little worse. Yeah, I hear ya. What's involved in building a runway? With enough tar and macadam, I could slap down a quick and dirty runway. Dirtier than quick, for certain. But it'd be good enough to get me out of here, and I've got plenty of tar, but where did you get that barrel of tar anyway? You know, that's a funny story. Anyway, I need a load of macadam to go with it. What's, macadam? It's, like gravel for fuss budgets. For my purpose, I need a load of rocks exactly 3 centimeters across. There isn't very many rocks. ... Each individual rock is 3 centimeters across, not the whole load together. Oh, I could look for some rocks that size. Well, that'd be great. Come to think of it, I believe I passed an old quarry on my way down. Didn't get a close look because I was kind of distracted, but I can mark it on your map for you. Location unlocked, Feldman Quarry. Can't go myself, I need to stay here and guard the tar. Okay, I'll go take a look. What's wrong with your fuel, and can that be fixed somehow? Well, technically, yeah, it just needs to have the water distilled out of it. I don't have anything like that kind of equipment, though. Maybe I can dig something up. That'd be great. Any basic distillation setup should do the trick. It ain't rocket science, just airplane science. It's a much slower kind of science. I'm sorry, Joe. It is very confusing to suddenly hear my voice when you're not expecting it. Anyway, here's the can, watered down plane fuel. I'll see what I can do. Alright, so this watered down plane fuel, this fuel is all wet. That's perfect. Alright, consider my options. You consider all of the possible ways in which you might extract this plane from its current state of diagonality. Beasts of burden, I do not have 4 oxen and 1 wagon tongue. I do have the raw muscle. I do not have a construction crane for heavy industry. I have telekinesis, science, some kind of big magnet, I guess. Leverage is shovel and 6 moxie. Faith, 7 piety. Procrastination, do it later. Raw muscle, baby. Hey, there's no plane so diagonal it can't be straightened out with a sufficient application of force. You crack your knuckles, bend your knees, and haul the entire plane out of the mud with a single mighty heave. Hoorah! Well, that's one problem resolved. This plane is now parallel with the plane of the ground. I got your plane unstuck. I saw that was a hell of a trick. I gotta say, I am duly impressed. Aw, shucks. You're still caked in mud and weeds and all, but I guess that comes with the territory. In a real literal sense. Nothing a little elbow grease can't correct, plus maybe a little regular aircraft grease. 10 XP. Don't have anything new to report to Rhonda. You both just stare at each other in silence for a moment. Uh-huh. The Moonshiners' shack. Gruh! Find food! You take! Oh, thanks. You got an item. Shadow hot dog. Where did you find this hole? Could you elaborate? No! Shut up! Continue. Good job, Alphonse. There was a distillation thing here. You could also, by the way, go back to Crystal Dream Lake and go to the old Grandpa's distillery or Grandpa Joe's distillery, but, like, there's one right here. A rusty old fire-powered still. You're pretty sure these aren't meant to be operated indoors? Hey, maybe you could use this thing to fix Rasmussen's fuel. Distill the wet fuel with a match. Oh, good. This looks pleasant. You light the fire and run the still for long enough to fix the fuel, but not quite enough to cause your own death from smoke inhalation. Got an item, distilled plane fuel. This is as dry as fuel can get and still count as fuel. And I think, yeah, that's going to just have a bunch of smoke in there for the whole time. Let's go to the Feldman Quarry, though. I could just give her the fuel, but, like, it's just going to potentially result in us staring at each other awkwardly as one or the other of us tries to figure out how to ask the other, hey, you want to make out or something. But anyway, this is going to lead to another fight. We've seen this already, so... Bats! Behold, the glory of cheese. And lots of it. Alright. Hocus Swissocus. And they're all dead. You! Come talk. Is that... Alphonse, you got a knife sticking out of you? Bah! Not kill. Make stronger. Were those guys even using knives? Alphonse's max HP increases by 5. No, they were not using knives. They were shadow bats. Alright. A dump truck sits beneath the chute, patiently awaiting the day of its dump. Feldman Quarry, keep out. Huh. This rock has an X painted in it for some reason. Uh-oh. This is by far the coolest rock you've ever met. Befriend it. You hang out with the rock for a while, it's amazing. You got an item, stylish gel, plus 5 XP. Oh hey, another friendly void. We should probably stick our hand in that. And it gave us some shadow wine. Ooh. There's some hobo code painted on this rock. Translate it. X marks a vein of rock candy, or what's that all about? Well, pickaxe. Got an item, pure rock candy. Worth a small fortune to the right buyer. Interesting. I don't remember if I ever figured out who the right buyer is. The current payload is none. You've got dump, which there's nothing to dump. You've got units. Let's reload. Slabs of rock feed into the machine from the quarry's conveyor belt. So you can see that the units are currently inches. We want centimeters. If we crush, it's 17 centimeters. If we pound, it's 6 centimeters. Pound again, and there's nothing. So remember, I mean, again, normally I'm one to use inches, but Rhonda specifically needs 3 centimeters, so... Huh. Well, apparently just pounding the rocks doesn't do much. And you can try dumping it, but the gravel in the machine isn't the right size for Rasmussen's purposes. He needs 3 centimeter rocks. Well, fine. So it's basically a puzzle. Polishing, by the way, will take off, I want to say, 1. But you can't polish what's already polished. Trying to remember what these do. Well, if I hadn't polished, I'd have 3 centimeters, so... I think what I want to do is pound, crush, pound? Was it crush? Pound, crush. No, because that put me at 2 centimeters again. And I didn't polish that time. So what does crushing twice do? Well, that's just no good. Wait, did I? Pound, crush, crush, or pound, crush, pound? Okay, let me try pound, crush, crush. And now polish. Sorry, I sometimes can't tell which one that I'm actually pulling. So yeah, that should be fine. Polish always, like, gets 1 centimeter off. Anyway, a dump truck full of hard-won macadam. Drive it back to Rhonda. Really? You don't even know who this truck belongs to. Yes, really. What, you're just going to steal it? You know that's a crime, right? I'll bring it back. Well, you promise? Yes, I promise. Sheesh. I don't know, that doesn't sound very sincere. Oh, come on. Look, I'm just not willing to be an accessory to dump truck theft. I said I'll bring it back. Alright, well, if you don't, it's on your head, not mine. Who are you, my mom? The dump truck from Feldman Quarry. Alright. I got your fuel cleaned up. No shinola? If there was any in there, I think I got it out. Let's have a look. She opens the can, pours a little into a wine glass, swirls around while peering at it closely. Well, hell, look at that. No legs at all. Yep, Grand Dump Truck Theft Auto. Exactly, KR. Oh, geez, did I mess it up? No, that's a good thing. It means you got rid of all the water. Don't see any dirt in here either. Nice work, 10 XP. I got your macadam, madam. Say, those are some good-looking rocks. Nice find. Two, you spend some time setting up a makeshift runway. It's hard, dirty work, but it beats dealing with fairies and fishmen and the rest of the bonkers nonsense you've been getting up to. 10 XP. Good, that'll do nicely. Well, nice is maybe over-complimenting it, but it's good enough. Great! Dump truck from the Feldman Quarry, drive it back there. I promised! The dump truck is back where it belongs thanks to your integrity and civic mindedness. Uh-oh. Oh, good. You asked the shale about its mother and it cries tears of shellac. Hooray! Alright, so you can see that there's a basic little runway here now. What do you say, Rhonda? I guess you're all set then. Looks like it. Got my plane, fuel, and runway all sorted out. Thanks a ton. Couldn't have done it without you, you know. You could have a career in aviation if you ever decide to give up, What do you do? I'd rather not attempt to explain it. Gotcha. I've had jobs like that. Well, I haven't got any meat on hand to pay you for your time, but here, let me give you this spare flight helmet as a souvenir. Got an item, leather aviator helmet. Oh, neat, thanks. You earned it, pal. Keep her flying. Good luck. And you see her take off. Just a bunch of miscellaneous plane stuff. And this is now just called runway instead of crash site. Let's see. head on over to the bus stop. Uh-oh. The flash of light cuts through the trees. The glare passes, and then you see it, poking its head out above the canopy. A telescope. Why, you fancied a telescope ever since you were a young girl. Press your nose to the window of the telescope shop for hours, until the proprietor would run out and threaten to tan your glutes with a tripod. And I still want a telescope. And you've waited long enough. Go and get your telescope. Oh God. Telescope in a treehouse. Go there now. To the treehouse, which, like everything else here, is a whole fucking bunch of nonsense. A bald cypress so tough and tall, it's no surprise some fellow's chosen to make of it a tree home. Shout up. Hello? Hey, miss. Why don't you keep walking, huh? This here's Will Hunter's treehouse. The rules is tain't no grown-ups allowed. Who are you? Will Hunter, I said. What's up there? Oh, tain't nothing, I swear. Swearing. You don't want to see it anyway. I want to use the telescope you've got up there. Afraid that telescope's property of Will Hunter. Seems my licorice collection. You mean licorice? No, licorice. Wouldn't call it licorice, because it ain't licorice. It ain't made of rice. It's called licorice, because you lick it. I'm saving mine so I can lick them all at once. How long have you been saving your licorice? Reckon it's been a few months. It's okay to wait a few months on licorice as long as it's refrigerated good and proper. Have you refrigerated it? It's in my pocket with some ice, so I reckon so. What's your story, Will? Tain't much to tell. I ain't all that interested, miss, I swear. Not to you city folk like you nowadays. No ways. I'm not city folk. You ever see a pig give birth? Yes. Bet you ain't seen half as many as me, though. How many pig brothers have you seen, Will? I reckon about 70, madam. What are you doing in the swamp? Nothing special. Same thing every boy gets up to, I reckon. Do I want to know what that is? I must know what that is. I ain't telling anyways. Can you let me up? No girl ever been up in Will Hunter's treehouse, and I ain't fixing to break that streak. Not for nothing. You need to let me up. That's so? Well, what's in it for Will? Aiding my vital mission against the forces of evil? You like meat, kid? As much milk as your belly can hold? I can't tell you. It's a secret. Aw, come on. Will you tell me? No, you're not old enough. Will works this over in silence. Ah, jings. Well, I'm just about itching all over to know what you're up to. Okay, I'll put the ladder down, but you better tell me what you're doing, all right? Without waiting for you to confirm the deal, and you get the sense this Will Hunter character would get crushed in a courtroom, a rickety wooden ladder on spools from the treehouse down the tree's trunk. Hey, 10 XP! Climb up now. 70 pigs giving birth, maybe? I don't know. Also, wait a minute. There's no boy up in this treehouse at all. Only large and sagging features of a human face sunk into the tree's very trunk. Surely they can't be young Will Hunter. Oh, well, I reckon now tain't no keeping you from seeing my plight. I've been wicked, miss. What happened to you? Tain't much to tell. That can't possibly be true. The great tree sighs, shedding scraps of bark that drift to the treehouse floor. Well, you ever hear of a doctor? You know what that is? Yes, Will, I know what a doctor is. Heck, what do you want to be so mean for? I reckon most people you go and ask couldn't tell you a thing about I reckon most people you go and ask, they couldn't tell you one thing about what a doctor does. I only met ever one doctor, Dr. Wyss. Lived on the same street as my step-aunt. My step-aunt. So it was one morning he paid me 6 bits to paint his fence, and well, heck, I swear I was fixing to do it, miss. But I heard there was an interesting trout down by the river. A little wider than average, but not very wide, just the way Will Hunter likes. How could a boy resist? Are you asking me? No, I'm telling you, miss, Will Hunter couldn't resist a gander at a trout. Any boy who says he could is lying. Anyways, Doc Wyss, he weren't real pleased. And to teach me a lesson, he went and cursed me to be a tree. How did this doctor turn you into a tree? Don't ask Will Hunter how. All I know is doctors. They got all kinds of powerful tools. tweezers, height chart, could have used anything. What lesson are you supposed to learn from this? How to paint fences if I says I'm fixin' to? Do what you want. Figure that's what got me being a tree, though. Could you end this curse? Well, Doctor told me I'd be a tree till I could make good by painting a bunch of fences all around town. Hard enough for me to do that like this, I tell ya. I could do that for you. Oh, miss, paint fences? You wouldn't want to do that. Sure I would. What'll you... Yeah, sure I would. The wind picks up and snaps off a few weak twigs, but Will doesn't seem to mind. Say, that's real swell. Thanks a lot, miss. That doc cursed me had a nice white picket fence. Said something like, Will Hunter, you gotta paint 3 more fences just like this, there'll be a tree forever. Paint 3 fences, got it. You can get my paints and brushes out of my knapsack and just hand them to you, but I'm a tree. I'll see you around, Will. This telescope is a gateway lens that often leads to the use of binoculars. Am I getting Huck Finn? You mean Tom Sawyer? And no, this guy is legitimately a tree. When he reaches a certain age, a boy loses his enthusiasm for hoarding rocks in a treehouse. This is called the death of innocence. Well, I wanted to use the telescope, so peek through. You see nothing out of the ordinary. Rivers run around the trunks of trees, crawdads and crawmoms make love upon the rocks, and a duck is impaled on the beak of a heron. Here in the swamp, it's a day like any other, and the circle of life turns on and on. It's the same thing every time. Will's knapsack, though, it's a Huck knapsack. So yeah, I suppose that's a reference to Huckleberry Finn. The favored brand of rascals and imps. Empty it out, yet Will's paint and brushes. Take care of those, will you? That long-handled brush belonged to a grandfather. Your grandfather? Don't think so. I'll keep an eye out for 3 fences. Much obliged. So 3 dirty white picket fences that could be anywhere. Uh-oh. A burly hunter trudging through the mud gives a holler. As he nears you, you see he's toting a shotgun under one arm and carrying a pile of gator hides over his shoulder. What are you doing? Swamp's no place for a little lady. Gators will eat you alive. Take this. Get yourself a seat on the next bus out. Gain 24 meat. Wow, that's not enough money for the bus? Fine, take it, but go. Gain 11 meat. Okay, I'm not a little lady, by the way. You, come talk. Hey, human. I go. Go now. What, you're leaving me? Family near. I check. Come back. Oh, wow, you have a family? What are they like? Good. Wife, kid, other kid. Good family. Strong. Fight good. Can I come meet them? No. Eat you. Ah, yeah, fair. Sure, go ahead. You walk, you swim, you walk, go home. Home now, good house, big chains, very metal, picket fence, good home. Check family, grah, family fine, family strong. Check anyway. Well, unfortunately, I cannot paint this picket fence, but this is the kind of picket fence that we are looking for. A dirty white picket fence. We've seen a few of them already. Good shrubbery, strong. Well, this looks pleasant. Alphonse's hovel. Fridge empty. Why empty? Good hunters, always full. Huh. So something seems to be wrong here. Your son, what eating? Talk, son. Alexander, eat what? Grumf. Give thing, stop, eat. Grab thing, wrestle boy, take thing. This, pants? Pants mine. Bruh, care not. Dad's stupid, not boss. Am boss. Boss punish. Go corner. Eat butt. Grah. Outrageous. Wear pants. Alphonse's moxie increases by 1. Sunbad. Talk later. Talk butt. Leave. Your son. Bad attitude. Uh-oh. I don't want to deal with that. Your daughter... Freak out? Talk daughter. Anastasia, what doing? Kill, kill, kill. Strong. Fight good. Good job. Kill, 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 kill. Okay. Bit much. Arg. Grah. Daughter bite. Chomp ankle. Stop bite. Let go. Arg, 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 arg. Let go. Grab head. Pry jaws. Free ankle. Whew. Grah. Kill. 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 Back away. Your daughter freak out? Your wife, uh-oh, crazy eye, talk wife. Adeline, how family? Family terrible, kids crazy, you stupid. Me, stupid? You go, no food, stupid. No food? Why? You hunt, hunt good. Me hunt, watch kids, kids crazy. Grah, make crazy. This ridiculous. What happened? What happened? You stupid! That happened! Grah! Kill! Wife attack! Dodge quick! Kill! Kill stupid! Jeez! What hell? Yerg! Dodge! Leave! Oh boy, Alphonse's family does not seem to be doing well, does it? His son's got a rebellious attitude, his daughter is freaking out and trying to kill everything, including him, and his wife thinks he's a stupid baka and is trying to kill him with a rolling pin because there's no food. What happened? Family strong, fight good, fight enemies, not family. Family crazy. Why crazy? What happened? Return human. Oh, hey Alphonse, how's your family doing? Grah, family crazy. Oh, how do you mean? Family fight, family yell. I mean, I don't know much about Gatorman, but that's basically, Grah, shut up. Okay, never mind. Okay, good. That's actually what I wanted. I wanted Alphonse's character vignettes to finish. Oh, actually, let's go through this because this is fun. Oh, look, there's a big shiny treasure chest on that tussock over there. What's a tussock? It's like a big clump of grass or a small hill. That's not really the important part here, though. How about that treasure chest? Are you sure that's what a tussock is? I thought that was a cassock. What? No, that's a thing priests wear, like a close-fitting robe. You're thinking of a cossack. This is a cassock. It's not a cossack. That's a 17th century Eastern European cavalry soldier. I'm pretty sure you mean cavalry. Alright. That's it. I'm done. Forget the chest. There's no chest anymore. Just get on to the next thing. Sheesh. Touchy. I'm not the one who doesn't know what words mean. I love that interaction. Ah, as you round a clump of mangrove trees, or whatever kind of trees these are, you come face to face with the bearded Gatorman and his big filthy sack. I should clarify that it's a burlap sack. It doesn't have a face. Just the Gatorman does. Whoops, buy sack! 134 meat, sale final. Buy the sack. You open the bag and reveal your prize. It's like Crimbo. Sad, wet, dirty Crimbo. Hey, just the kind that Dark Noel would want me to have. Ew. Alright. So at the bus stop, let's go back to Ocean City. I would like to go back to having Simone as a companion. Now, like I said, that Alphonse has finished his vignettes. And like I said, there were some fences that we've seen that could use some cleaning. I don't think there are any here. Maybe there's one at Dirch's house. Yeah, there isn't one here. I'm mistaken as a payphone again. Yep, okay, there's one here. One of those picket fences that's given Will Hunter such trouble, paint it. There are a bunch of these all over the place. It doesn't have to be one specifically in the Big Moist that you paint. So I'm going to actually head over to the SIT campus in Porkham. And there's at least one in Ovid's shop. And we're going to run the gauntlet again. There's this fence over here. So that's 2 already. I don't remember... Yeah, win at arm wrestling. That's what I wanted to do last time and just forgot. Yeah, I don't think that... Yeah, none of those had. But while we're here, let's go to Rufus's lab. Aha! It's a deal. And that's another frickin' complicated textbook. So... Now I think the mouse is this way. Here we go. Give him the gator cheese. Get the grindstone ring. Oops. So the grindstone ring, almost all your random encounters will be fights. Aha. That's 2 fences. There's definitely some in the Big Moist. There's definitively some in the Big Moist. These guys are lowering my AP. It's as if they know what my weakness is. Except I still have 4, and none of them have really that much HP. Oh no, you lit the robot on fire. Too bad you're poisoned. Well, it's immune to being on fire, so just blast it, Simone. Hooray! Again with this. Well, I'm probably going to have at least one more time that I stop by SIT before what I want that textbook that gives me the extra combat item for. It was also an interesting ring that I was hoping that I would get. But alas. Back to the bus stop, I suppose. No random and... Okay, that felt like cheating. We'll go for a couple more. Okay. Purpose is calculation. Man, she's constant. Again, how much fuel do you keep adding to him? To him, ma'am. Oh dear, discarded gym bag, and it's full of rocks. I guess it was used for training. One more wander. Fustulent Gulch. Alright. So now we're going to go to Crystal Dream Lake, because there's at least another fence there somewhere. Clarence's HP increases by 1, which is nice. Yeah, okay, it's here, but it's in the past, so I actually have to go to the hardware store and get the tortoise and go back into the past. Well, go back into the past, get him to move the tortoise. The pet store, yeah. So even fences that are in the past count for this, which is fun and hilarious. Gesture to them. Give them a big finger, a middle finger. And they give me Shadow Mead. And you see that the fence here is not so clean and painted, so let's paint it. And that's 3. So, Will is a real boy again. Theoretically, of course. So let's go back to the Big Moist and, well, let's see how he reacts to being a real boy. Ooh, the sunken boxcar. I'll go there next, because I do want to finish this up. And what the hell? You always hoped that one day you'd look up into the trunk of this tree and Will Hunter wouldn't be there. Well, he's not, but who the fuck is this? Huh. Well, now that's funny. Earlier there wasn't an old bushy bearded man in this treehouse, now there is. Not ha-ha funny, but perhaps, ha-huh? Har hap? Why, miss, it's me. It's Wheel Hunter. It worked. You lifted the curse with nothing more than some paint and a brush. 35 XP. Are you alright? Alright! Look at me! I can waggle my toes and waggle my nose. I got blood in my hips and got bones in my hips and blood in my lips. I'm a boy again. I got the old flesh back, miss. Tain't never been better. The way you talk is to me very bad. The only thing is, I still got tree sap coming out when I sneeze. That's a different curse. Can I help you with that one? The thing is, curse can only be lifted with the power of imagination, which is an adult you've lost. Why are you old? Old? Wheel Hunter old? I'll tell you what, miss, you're only as old as you feel. How old do you feel? Early 70s. Will pats his gaunt stomach. Suppose I have packed on the years. Kept on growing up while I was in the tree. Some ways it was probably better off staying in the tree, and I could have lived just about forever. But nah, I gotta be human. Else how could I do my mischief? What mischief? Various mischiefs. Can you give me an example? I may have skipped out on Sunday school once or twice. Anything else? I stole a horse station. I never heard of a horse station. It's 'cause it ain't there no more. What will you do now? It's been a while, but I seem to remember on that day I was supposed to whitewash the fence. Instead went trout fishing. I was also down the courthouse to help a man wrongly accused of murder. How long ago was that? July. What year? Well, I'd say 1876. That was before West of Loathing, so 1870. I'm wondering. I have to go back and check. I wonder if that's a reference to Matt McCready? But it doesn't make sense because we're on the East Coast and that would have been out west. It's 1928. Yikes! Reckon I shouldn't stop for breakfast then. Let's hope no trout distract you on the way. Why, you heard about some? Make like a tree and take your leave. Well, I'd better be off. Hey, hold on now. You got me out of that tree, ma'am, and Wheel Hunter weren't let that go unrewarded. I suppose I can accept. Suppose you can. I want you to have this. 'Tis my greatest treasure. Shiniest thing Wheel Hunter got. Sure enough, crystal. Got an item, not so shiny marble. Thanks again for painting them fences. What's this? That's a bona fide marble, miss. You can play with it, keep it in your pocket, or put it in your mouth to talk worse. Make like a tree and take your leave. Hello yourself. By chance, it sure feels good to talk out of a wet mouth again. Alrighty then. And yeah, nothing else going on there. So, the sunken boxcar, you may have guessed, leads to a whole bunch of shit. Like, it just gets complicated. Well, certainly more complicated than you would potentially think. But we're going to the sunken boxcar. Find a chunk of oil shale, yes. Impenetrable shellac. Situation is utterly barfulous. My robot isn't equipped to handle these conditions. Maybe you can make some modifications, model it after something that's native to the environment, like a Gatorman. Maybe take a robot that's maximally grumpy and eats everything that it sees. Well, look, I was hanging out with Alphonse, and he didn't eat me. He just got me a bunch of weird shadow shit, which is interesting enough, I suppose. Anyway, let's go in here. This looks very dangerous. Climb in anyway. What? Everything has predictably fallen off of this table. That makes some sense. These poetry books are all full of slant rhymes. This would fail a railroad safety inspection for at least 2 reasons. Yes. You are perplexed by the hobo's decision to sleep with his head pointing downhill. Speaking of, hello, there is a hobo. It's a diagonal hobo. Well, I suppose from your perspective, he looks normal. Talk to him. Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was living here. I suppose I should stop being surprised by that. Oh, that's quite all right. I'm Pepperidge Dauphin. Welcome to my humble abode. Thanks, I'm Margaret Eccleborough. Nice boxcar you got here. Apart from it being a little steep. Steep? Oh, yes. You know, I've grown so accustomed to the tilt, I hardly notice anymore. Apart from when I try to play marbles. Your game must really be going downhill. Yes, quite. Ask him some questions. Your accent is different from most hobos I've met. Well, my family's from old money, you see. How old? Old enough that it all turned to dust. All that remains is a rambling old manor house that I can't afford to maintain, so I've decided this would be a splendid opportunity to expand my horizons. The horizon is typically a bit more level. Why are you living in a boxcar in a swamp? Well, to be honest, it's been difficult to part with the old estate. This is as far as I've been able to get before the homesickness becomes overwhelming. Aw, how bittersweet. Indeed. I wonder if you could spare some time to help me. I could be done with the place if I had a proper souvenir. Specifically, my father's collection of antique padlocks. And you can't get them yourself because of the memories. It's more a lack of memories. I've forgotten where the keys are. Sure, I'll help you. Thank you. There are 11 locks altogether. Except they won't actually be all together, will they? I'm afraid not. Here, I'll mark the location of the house on your... Is this a sponge? Location unlocked, the Dauphin house. There's also something I should tell you about the house. Oh good, here it comes. I just wanted to let you know there aren't any ghosts haunting the property. There aren't any? That's correct, not a one. My family never suffered any violent or traumatic deaths. That this is something you felt you had to warn me about? Not really a warning as such. I just thought you might like to know. Huh, well, okay, thanks. I'll be right back with your 11 padlocks. Dauphin House is over here. But I've got to fight a shadow brute first, because of course I do. But that's fine, a few of these should take everything out. Launch the Parmesan missile! Dauphin House actually also has a fence to paint. Oh, it's another one of those picket fences Will Hunter asked you to about. No need to keep painting them. Paint them. Having fulfilled the conditions to overturn Will Hunter's curse, there is nothing further to be gained by painting excess fences, except by certain aesthetic standards, a more beautiful world. Paint it! For the more beautiful world, paint it! Has no obvious impact on any curses anywhere, but its nice clean fence is its own reward. Looks like this car was left to rot. Unfortunately, it hasn't rotted enough yet for you to get past the locked door. Jimmy it open with a wire coat hanger. Unlock the door, the car, destroying the hanger in the process. Search the car, it's empty except for a glove box, which turns out to actually be a key box. Key inside is not the key to this car, and if you had a sense of humor like mine, you'd agree that that's a real shame. Got an item, Dauphin padlock key tarnished, which you can use to unlock this one. You pop the lock off and the door unlatches with an ominous creak. You got an item, recovered padlock. What a strange thing to collect. Well, let's go on in. Workbench covered with tools, all rusted past the point of usefulness, even as bludgeons. Old Dauphin never got sick of tires. These cinder blocks are totally waterlogged. Ooh, that's not good. One of the cinder blocks is standing way too close to the others. You explain personal boundaries to it and perform a quick procedure to make it a little less creepy. In an item, sorted grease. Excellent. Some say the most powerful tool is a padlock. It's really more the opposite of a tool, though, because it obstructs rather than facilitates what you're trying to do. So I don't have the key for that. This tree has a hole in it. Conveniently, the hole is slightly larger than your hand. Honestly, for what is ostensibly a horror game, we've had way too few opportunities for you to stick your hand into a suspicious dark hole. Oh, we've had at least 18, thank you very much. Reach in. You slowly reach inside the dark hole. It's damp and ominous, and then you find a key. Sorry, that stream wasn't really justified. You got an item, Dauphin padlock key, mossy. That's not the key for this lock, though. The front door of Dauphin Manor is unlocked. Apparently, Mr. Dauphin's love of padlocks was unrelated to his basic home basic home security. Door is padlocked. Oh, hey, a radio. Use Rufus's gadget. We're now up to 10. Fancy serving cart. Investigate. It's one of those serving carts they use in posh hotels, posh manor houses, apparently, with big silver platter covered in a dome-shaped lid. Just the right size to hide a severed head or a roast of some kind. Look under the dome. You cautiously reach out and grip the handle, then take a deep breath. Slowly you lift the lid, tilting your head to peek underneath. Oh, it's empty. Oh well. Well, that's anticlimactic. No padlocks on the dinner table. That's both a rule and an observation. Enough fine china to feed an army if you only get past the padlock and if you were in command of the world's hoity-toityest military. Aha! One of those old refrigerators or fridges that people sometimes got locked into accidentally and asphyxiated. Oh wait, that's still all fridges these days. Maybe that's why it's padlocked. Unlock it. I see. You've got an item, recovered padlock. Fridge is empty of both expired food and expired hide-and-seekers. You do find a key inexplicably frozen into a block of ice, though. Got an item, key in a block of ice. I'm going to just turn most of the dry goods into stale goods, see if there's anything good left. Almost nothing has escaped the moisture. Almost. Got an item, can of fruit cocktail. Hey, that's pretty good. Increases muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 1 for the rest of the day. That's damn good. Unfortunately, breakfast has not been served. The oven is full of gross, steamy swamp worms. Ugh. In Pepperidge Father's house, there are many drawers. What about the sink? I got an item, nasty old leftovers. Handful of clean water. Handful of dirty water. Well, isn't that interesting? Got a handful of clean water, then a handful of dirty water. Anyway, rifle through the drawers. Got a dire corn holder, a match, a sharpening stone. Oh, padlock. Recovered padlock. Huh. Well, that's good. Nothing left in these drawers. Alright. Oh! Basement of the swamp house is predictably completely flooded. You'll need some kind of breathing apparatus if you want to go down there. Well, have I got a breathing apparatus for me? It's not the leather aviator cap, although that's +1 mysticality. Ooh! You know, I was saying that I didn't really have a better hat than my clammy, taped up, comfy, uncursed fedora, but this gives +1 to 2 M stats. Oh, right, I forgot why I went in there in the first place. Which is to use the diving helmet. Breathing apparatus, go down the stairs. Aha! This box contains exactly the right amount of air to make it float like this. Nature is really glorious. These dry goods have been forced by circumstance to no longer refer to themselves that way. See if there's anything good. The only container that didn't spring a leak, or rather get a leak sprung into it, was this can of Vichy sauce. Rusty can of Vichy sauce? Okay. These sadly ruined books all have titles like Solved Mysteries, Exciting Tales of Non-Violent Crime. Fun! It was a very normal family in this house. A sunken chest, what terrible secrets might it contain? Open it! Oh, it's a chest full of riches. Possibly cursed riches. Not that a possible curse is going to stop you from taking it. From taking them, of course. That's supposed to be from, but got an item pile of silver bars. Hooray, a sunken chest plundered of its riches. It no longer matters whether this machine is hooked up to the water supply or not. Look inside. I got a clammy scarf, which is an accessory that gives +5 hot armor. Whatever these barrels used to be full of, they're full of water now. Hooray! Alright, let's put on my normal hat. Goldie... Oop, hold on. Fansworth Dauphin died of natural causes. Oh, wait. Goldie... Hold on. I can't tell which is supposed to be. Fansworth Dauphin died of natural causes. Goldilocks Dauphin died of natural causes. Beastly Dauphin died of natural causes. Hortense Dauphin died of natural causes. Mopey Dauphin died of natural causes. Calpurnia Dauphin died of natural causes. Yeah, no problems here. This couch faces the wall. It must have been the Dauphin family's punishment couch. Huh. How very boring. Dauphins use one toilet at a time, just like the rest of us. I don't want to flush it. I should like to fish in it. Dire corn holder here. It's actually interesting. It's a melee weapon, but I'm not going to use it because it's a melee weapon. Fish in it! Fish in the toilet. I got a fish zester. Deals mysticality +6 stent. Oh, hell yeah. That's +6. What I was using before was only +4. Right, it was, what, this thing. So yeah, mysticality +6 is so much better. Good for fish zester toilet. Doesn't work. Maybe something's wrong in the tank. Check it out. Oh, hey. Well, here's your problem. There's a key stuck to the float valve hinge flange. Dauphin padlock key wet. Now I can flush it. Does that key go to this lock? No. Of course not. That would be too easy. This medicine cabinet is securely locked. Maybe it's full of deadly poisons. Bathtub is full of steaming blood? Oh, no, wait. The red is just the light coming through the stained glass rose hanging in the bathroom window. It doesn't really explain why the water is still hot, though. Fish in the water! Handful of clean water, 3 meat. handful of dirty water and one wet cigarette, glob of wet hair, and some extra meat. Caught everything that there was to catch here. Drop in the frozen key, and now we got the dolphin padlock key cold. Nice warm bath causes the ice to relax, and it drops the key, the grateful sigh. And the cold key will actually work here. Activated charcoal briquette and a stypic pencil, along with another recovered padlock. Oop, hold on. Nothing left in the medicine cabinet except memories. Medicinal memories. Sure, that makes sense. Unlock that with the wet key. Stairs to the second floor. Alright. Some dirt in a planter where presumably a plant in a planter once stood. The toy box is disappointingly empty, not even a BB gun or creepy doll. Maybe the doll is hiding elsewhere. This nightstand has one empty drawer and one locked drawer, and eerie ghostly sound is coming from inside it. Fun! Comfortable looking bed, free of bloodstains or vaguely person-shaped lumps under the blanket. Check under the pillow. Aha! Dolphin padlock key, shiny, which of course doesn't work with this lock. Wardrobes are very important in old houses like this. They didn't have built-in closets to keep skeletons in. Check inside. You got a wire coat hanger. So just in case you didn't have one to unlock that car out front, they give you one here along with work pants. Work pants is +4 physical armor. A shelf full of books about sports. The titles are too boring for me to even tell you what they are. Nothing's hiding under the bed except dust. Door is padlocked. Aha! But I can unlock this one and go through it. Little jewelry box on the table. Open it. Got a porpoise torque and a cheese grater ring. Parmesan missile deals 2x additional damage or +1 moxie. Well, okay, that's an accessory, but I already had a few accessories that give +1 moxie. Fancy nightstand. Search it. Aha! Fancy nightstand's contents are disappointingly non-fancy. Got a match, a battery, and a dolphin padlock key. Disappointing. Bed looks inviting, but nobody seems to have accepted the invitation for quite some time. Cedar chest is locked and easily big enough to hide a skeleton in or even a whole body. Fancy vanity, which appeals to your pedestrian vanity. Look through the drawers. Got radium rogue. Huh! So that's another one. That's a potion that increases 2M stats, which again, that's pretty good. And look in the mirror, I can make faces at myself. I haven't changed my expression in a while. So we're gonna just go with this one for a bit. I can unlock that with the disappointing key. Lots of boxes, but none of them say padlocks on it, and you're not motivated to search them otherwise. Who knows what grisly things you might find. You assume that Dolphin was superstitious enough not to store any padlocks on the east side of his attic. That's how you get family curses, probably. Alright, so what's this? This workbench is strewn with bits and gizmos and bits and gizmos. Amongst all that, you find what looks like a miniature radio carved from driftwood. Grab it. Radio small enough to carry? Amazing. Maybe if you listen to it periodically, it'll warn you about any nearby monsters that are actually manifestations of your repressed traumas. Or give you the baseball score. Got an item, handmade radio. Okay. You hold the radio up to your ear. Boy voice asks, "Gee, Pop, where'd you get all the treasure?" And is it a cursed pirate horde stolen from the ruins of an ancient civilization? No, son, nothing like that. Just sound investments in perfectly normal and moral financial markets. Those voices so eerie. And you see that the radio is acting up, so listen. Anyway, you hold the radio up to your ear. Your little girl's voice out. Ah, Mom, a terrible ghoul stole the key to my nightstand. The woman replies, Now, dear, don't call your brother Ralphie a terrible ghoul. He probably hid the key in the potted plant in the hallway like he always does. His voice is so eerie. Some dirt in a planter where presumably a plant and a planter once stood to look inside. Aha! And you see that that's the key. Well, let's listen to this. Oh boy, a ghostly voice wails, Who stole my golden arm? And a boy's voice says, Ah, come on, sis, don't you know any other ghost stories? That's the only one you ever tell. Those voices so eerie. Anyway, we can unlock this now, and we get a recovered padlock and a creepy music box. This is a creepy music box, which is to say it's a music box. Deals your moxie and spooky damage to all combatants once per fight. That's not horrible. That's what, an offhand item? That's better than how to curse like a sailor. But yeah, okay, we've dealt with that already. What's in here? You hear a man's voice scolding angrily. For goodness sake, Agnes, you're obsessed with taping things to the back of paintings, just like your aunt, old one-eyed Calpurnia Dauphin. You'll probably die peacefully in your sleep, just like she did. Aha, fascinating. So there's something painted to the back, or taped to behind that. There's a key taped to the back, classic Calpurnia. Got an item, Dauphin padlock key, sticky. Ew. You hold the radio up to your ear. Remember, Ralphie, says a woman's voice, you mustn't ever open the door to strangers. A boy's voice replies, Okay, Mom, because it might be a kidnapper or murderer, right? Oh, I'm sure that would never happen. But it might be a vacuum cleaner salesman, and we already have one. Huh. You hold up the radio to your ear. Please be careful around the kitchen knives, Rebecca. They're very sharp. They keep them that way because, counterintuitive though it may be, dull knives actually cause more accidents. Yes, Mother, I understand. So not every one of those radio things is going to be particularly helpful. I don't think there's one specifically for the basement. But we did get the key from there. And then this is what tells you that there's the fish zester down the toilet. But I got that already. Up to the second floor. I got the one from here, right? This maybe? No. Oh, right. I think there was still one in the garage, wasn't there? Oh my, Clarence, why are you lying on the floor under your workbench? Are you alright? Were you attacked by a burglar or an axe murderer? Calm down, Agnes, I'm fine. I'm just practicing changing the oil in our car. Check under the bench. Aha! Got an item, Dolphin Padlock Key loose, 11 and 1 oil. And I can use this with, I can use the sticky key. And I get a handsaw and a rusty padlock key. Well, we're almost there. Handsaw. Oh, geez, there's blood all over the... No, wait, it's just rust. Never mind. Muscle, +4 physical damage and causes 3 bleeding. That is a pretty good weapon. That is, in fact, a pretty good weapon. Okay, unlock that. You open the cabinet door and examine the stacks of fine bone china. Wait, bone china? Perhaps human bone china? Oh no, the brand mark on the bottom is a pretty well-known company, so probably not. Anyway, you find a really fancy hat. You got an item, fine china helmet. It's entirely possible that this is a gravy boat and you're just using it upside down, but don't let that stop you. Hooray! That is a funny hat. That is a very funny hat. Anyway, one more lock, right? And I do, in fact, have the loose key. There's a veil in there, and beyond the veil, nothing. Perfumed wedding veil, +1 moxie, +3 stench armor. So it's a worse version of the booze-soaked handkerchief as far as accessory goes, and the stench armor, because it's only +3 stench armor instead of +5 stench armor, but you get 1 moxie to make up for it. So that's nice. Anyway, that should be all 11 recovered padlocks. Hooray. Back to the sunken boxcar. Swamp gas, clouds, and the sky. The heavens alight with strange new constellations unlike any you've seen before. Study them. Swamp stars draw an outline of a flamingo attempting to swallow a car tire. Whenever you go to the swamp, know that you shall be under the sign of this unhealthy bird and all the protection that entails. Oh, I'm sure that's a lot of protection. Hello, Pepperidge. Hi, Pepperidge. Hello again, Margaret. What can I do for you? I found your father's padlocks. Gained 40 XP. Thank you so much. You didn't run into my grandmother by any chance, did you? What? No. Was she supposed to be there? No, that would have been highly unusual if she had been, considering she died more than 30 years ago. Here's your padlocks. Marvelous. Once I've reaccustomed myself to standing on level ground, I'll be on my way. There's a big hobo camp near Ocean City that you might be interested in. I can give you directions. Ah, excellent. I think I will head that way now. Perhaps I will see you there. Leave. And there goes Pepperidge Dolphin to the hobo camp. So that's all we can do with the sunken boxcar. I want to find one more radio. Let's go to the Monster Shack, because there's a bunch of stuff that I can do there. And I think... hopefully at least one of those will lead me to a radio. I don't actually remember, but this kid is studying far more intently than you ever did at his age. Talk to him. What are you reading? It's about Neanderthals and other early hominids. Unfortunately, I'm not finding anything useful here. What are you looking for? The honey ape. The what now? You've never heard of it. It's a very famous monster. A hairy primate, or primate-like creature that's smaller than a human, but with human-sized hands. You cannot mash in here, no. This is just a shack for people who are enthusiastic about monsters. Most of the legends call it Big Hand, so it's basically Bigfoot, except not. but I'm pretty sure that the Big Hand's legends and the reports of the honey ape sightings are referring to the same cryptid. That's interesting. I know it lives around here somewhere. I just haven't been able to find it yet. I'll help you look for it. That would be excellent. Thank you. Here, I found some of its prints it made once and made a tracing. That might help you track it down. Try to get one of its fingernails as proof. How will a fingernail be proof? Because it'll be as big as a human fingernail, obviously. You got an item, honey ape handprint. All right. This kid is well, he's eating something. Talk to him. Hi there. Hi. I don't mean to be rude, but what's your deal, kid? I'm a moss man. You are, huh? Okay, well, not really, but I want to be a moss man when I grow up. That's why I'm eating all this fertilizer. It's actually cornflakes. I'm just pretending. Okay, phew. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Some people say I'm crazy for believing in the moss man, though, but I know he's real. I've seen him. What's a moss man? A man made of moss? Yep, he's all fuzzy and green. It's so neat. Oh, hey, you should go see him from yourself. Then if you bring back proof he exists, people won't think I'm weird anymore. Well, they might, but sure, I'll go have a look. Great. Here, I'll mark the place on your map. It's called Moss Rock Grotto. If you see him, try to bring back some moss as proof, okay? Okay. This kid is preoccupied with repeatedly smelling 2 large test tubes. Talk to her. What have you got there? Perfume samples? Kinda. This one's a combination of hydrogen sulfide and methane. Common swamp gas, basically. Ew, what's the other one? Coffee, to clear the swamp gas smell out of my nose. Huh. Okay, so why? I'm researching a creature known as the smell of the wisp. I've only run into it once, but I have a good memory for smell, so I figure if I can match its smell, that particular chemical mixture will tell me more about it. The smell of the what? Wisp. It's a cloud of intelligent swamp gas. Some people say it's the ghost of a dead chili cook-off judge, but I think there's probably a more scientific explanation. You're telling me you're looking for an intelligent... Girl gestures sternly at a sign on her workbench. No fart jokes. Oh, come on. It's a smell of the wisp. No. I don't know what to say then. If you're willing to help me instead of making puerile goofs, I could really use a sample to analyze. Okay, I'll go find the smell of the wisp. Great, thank you. Here, take this. It should help you track the thing down. You got an item, nose trumpet. I just smell through this? Yeah, just follow your nose. Alrighty then. Hooray! A nose trumpet. Big cone designed to make it so people who have lost their sense of smell can still tell what they've stepped in. Like an ear trumpet. You are assured that this is the handprint of a honey ape, not just the handprint of a regular guy. Examine. You look at the handprint. It's the size of a normal hand, a human hand. It's got 4 fingers and 1 thumb. Totally ordinary. This kid has a ball cap with a sinister-looking triangle on it and is messing with an elaborate homemade radio. Talk to him. Hi there. Hi. Say, since you're grown up, can you help me with something? I'm not buying you cigarettes. Oh no. There's a swamp lady named Barbara Yargra. Baba Yaga, I think it actually is supposed to be. Everybody says she's just a fairy tale, but I know she's real because I've seen her hut right here in this swamp. But I don't know if she's the sort of swamp lady who eats kids or not. Swamp lady? Well, I don't want to call her a swamp witch or a swamp hag or stuff like that. It would be mean to judge her that way without having ever met her. Sheesh, kids these days. Alright, I'll check her out for you. Great, thanks. Here, I'll mark her hut on your... sponge? Map? Anyway, bring back a feather to prove you met her, okay? She has feathers? Oh, I mean from... Does her hut have giant chicken legs? I don't think so, but I know that that is in fact part of the Baba Yaga mythos. Anyway, oh, I meant from one of her pet birds. The stories say she has a ton of them. How will you know it isn't just an ordinary feather I found somewhere? Well, you seem like a trustworthy person. Then why do you need me to bring proof at all? Because that's how quests work, come on. Okay, fine. Ask about the radio? Wait, you didn't mention the radio. What's the radio for, Oh, this isn't related to Barbara Yarger or anything. I'm just trying to find a station we can get some music on in here. Reception in the swamp is terrible, huh? Though. Any chance we can get WGCR on that radio? I can't seem to get any station right now. Sorry. Okay, it's okay. I was just curious. Nice hat. What's the triangle mean? Thanks. It's the Great Pyramids. One of them, anyway. Ever seen them? Only on your hat, not personally. Well, maybe you will someday. Sure, who knows? So I can't use that radio for Rufus's quest. This kid is peering at a terrarium filled with flies and occasionally tapping the glass. Talk to her. Hi there. Are you, into flies? Well, kinda. They're interesting once you get over the gross factor, but mostly I'm studying these because of what I'm really interested in is the flyman. The flyman? Yeah, or maybe the man-fly. I haven't decided which way is better yet. So what is the flyman and or man-fly? He's a scientist that moved into the old Flemberg place. I did a little spying on him, and I think he's trying to turn himself into a giant fly. Why would anyone want to do that? I don't know. That's what's so interesting about him. Huh. She looks at her feet and blushes a little. Also, he's really handsome. For now, you mean? Well, yeah, I'd really like to meet him, but I'm too shy. Can you help me? Sure, I'll help. Oh, thank you, thank you. Here, I'll show you where the house is. Location unlocked, the old Flemberg place. If you meet him, could you, bring me back a souvenir? Like, what? Maybe, blush. One of his chest hairs? ... Sure. Alright, and this last kid over here, this kid is messing around with some kind of weird mechanical contraption. Hey, Simone, think we can help this guy? What's this thing you're making? I don't really know yet. I'm just kind of messing around with it because I'm taking a break from my main project. Hey, do you know anything about the chupa naranja? I try to avoid spicy food. It gives me the hiccups. No, this is the kind of monster that eats oranges. They're supposed to be from way down south, but I know there's one in this swamp somewhere. Fortunately, no matter what kind of trap I build, it keeps escaping. You want to try? Sure, why not? Great, feel free to use my workbench over there. I've got plenty of spare parts and stuff. If you manage to catch it, bring me back one of its nostrils as proof, okay? A nostril? Not the whole head or pelt? Oh no, I don't want to kill it, just prove it's out there. Okay then. It's a workbench covered with tools and oranges. Build a chupa naranja trap. Alright, you grab some scrap metal from the bench and construct a very basic animal trap. Would you like to make refinements? Tighten the spring. You grab a wrench and tighten the trap's main spring. Adjust the torque, 6 mysticality. Tweak the trigger sensitivity. I think that's good enough. You carefully pick up the trap and then carelessly shove it into your sack. You got an item, chupa naranja trap. Let's go hunting. It's a homemade chupa naranja trap of dubious quality. Yes. And he is quite very fly for a stick guy. You want to see just how fly he is? Let's go to the Flemberg place first. Because it's one of the places that might actually have a radio. And that's the whole reason I went to the monster shack. Anyway, a spot of color in this drab swamp catches your eye and you find a pile of withered orange husks in front of a shallow cave. This must be the lair of the chupa naranja. Fortunately, it isn't home right now, or maybe since you aren't an orange, it wouldn't be dangerous to you anyway. That almost certainly isn't true. Set my trap! You set your trap and hide behind a nearby bush to wait for your prey. For a while, you start to get very bored, and remember that people who hunt with traps don't typically sit and wait for their prey to show up. Instead, they leave and come back later. That's kind of the whole point of animal traps. Leave and come back later. Mailbox says Flemberg on the side, rifle through it, got some junk mail. I was going to say, one of Will Hunter's fences, at this point it's not your job to paint them. I'ma paint it anyway! So fuck you! The picket, you paint it. They pick it, you paint it. Some viscous glue has rendered this house entirely decorative. Wonderful. Gas generators providing power to the barn in exchange for pastoral ambiance. Glass case filled with 2 giant horrible flies in it. It's like Flemberg is a fan of crates and barrels. Well, I'm supposed to harm a fly. This is probably safe and normal and whatever. Bench of welding tools and supplies. Hey, Simone, this reminds me a bit of your house. Shelf contains a lot of things you don't know what they are, what they do. Workbench. Let's see. It might in fact be Bill from Pokemon, yes. Next to the workbench, there's a pile of much smaller workbenches. Take one. You got an item. Tiny workbench. There's so many you surely wouldn't mind. This guy cared about these tools, he probably wouldn't have left them on the floor. Finders keepers then. Spray on asbestos and self-adhesive rivets. Hey, how's it going? A very small man inside the machine is clearly trying to get your attention. What do you want? Talk to him. Hi, I'm Margaret. Do you need help? I absolutely need help, thank you. My name's Flemberg, Paul Flemberg. I moved back into my parents' old house here because nobody would give me lab space for my experiments. It turned out an assistant would have been nice to have. What are you trying to do? Improve myself. You know, better, faster, stronger. At least one of those. But I put the wrong settings in the control console, and all that happened was that I shrank. You can't just change the settings. The door doesn't open from the inside, but... Yeah, I didn't think it through. Okay, well, I could just let you out. No! No. Opening the door will depolarize the booth, and it takes months for the field emitter to recharge. Not to mention the fact that I'd have to collect new supplies of genetic material. So the door can only be opened once. Jeez, you really didn't think this through. What should I do, then? You'll have to fix the settings on the console. What should I set it to? Clearly, if I knew, I wouldn't have put the wrong ones in myself. Just make me better before you open the door. Better than what? Better than a normal guy. I don't know. I spent so long thinking about how I could build a machine. Didn't have any time to think left about why I built it. I'll see what I can do. So if we go over to the machine, the crazy controls for this crazy contraption, let's mess with them. Alright. So the screen above the levers reads body Flemberg, head Flemberg, lungs Flemberg, pituitary fly, and hat fly. Flip the head lever. Step away. Where there was once a Flemberg, there is now a tiny, buzzing, fly-headed homunculus. Talk to him. Are you actually saying the word buzz? Now what? Not just yet. Alright, step away. The horrible fly-headed man is silently punching the glass. He's wearing a nice hat. Talk to him. Flemberg is pounding violently at the glass with his fist. He seems really mad. I'm sorry, okay, I'm working on it. He keeps thrashing around angrily. Now what? Not just yet. Flemberg is scowling at you from inside the machine. He's wearing a nice hat. Talk to him. Flemberg flaps his mouth a few times, but doesn't seem to be able to speak. The way he's breathing seems pretty uncomfortable, too. Not just yet. His lungs are too small. So, how's this one? Flemberg opens and closes his mouth a couple of times, but seems he's unable to say anything. Clearly upsets him a bit. Not just yet. How's this work for you? Flies around in agitated little circles but doesn't say anything. Okay. Huh. Now try this. Try this. I've seen this already, right? Buzz, buzz. Oh, gross. He's clawing violently at the window and buzzing angrily. Fortunately, the unbreakable glass was the one thing he did think through. Not just yet. Alright, so it's all Flemberg. Okay, well, this is just the normal one, like, even before I even got in here. This is exactly what I do not want. Oh, right, you told me that. Now what? Not just yet. How's this? Flemberg is now a giant fly with a human head. Oh god, one sec, I'll try again. No, wait, this one is pretty great, actually. What? I can fly, and I have the proportionate strength of a fly scaled up to human size. What's not to love? But now what? Open the door? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. You let Flemberg out of the booth. Heck yeah, I can't wait to get into all kinds of giant fly stuff. Well, before you do, I need a chest hair off you. Do I still have those? Okay, well, whatever. You got an item, Flyman's chest hair. Thanks, it's for... Probably just don't want to know. I'm out. See ya, 40 XP. Nothing left to do with this machine. Well, that sucks. And there was no radio there either. But alright, let's go to Barbara's hut. Oh, that's odd. This patch of muddy ground has a lot of tracks in it that look like human handprints. Well, except for the fact that humans don't normally walk around on their hands. Maybe there was an acrobat convention in the middle of a swamp. Oh! What was that thing that one kid was talking about? The honey ape? Maybe there's something to that after all. Follow the tracks? Geez, the more you look, the more of a confusing, trampled mess these tracks are. Seems there are different sets of tracks leading in different directions. How many thumbs did he say this thing has on one hand? It's one thumb. How many fingers was it? 4. You follow the prints to a clearing in the middle of a small stand of trees, and you're surprised you find an animal that pretty much like the honey ape the kid described. Like a somewhat larger chimpanzee or a very small gorilla, but with disproportionately large and human-like hands. It's sitting on the ground, casually drinking out of a beehive, and it doesn't seem to have noticed you yet. Sneak up on it. You successfully creep up on the unsuspecting primate, but you run out of trees and brush to hide behind before you get close enough to really do anything. Outsmart it! You pick up a rock and chuck it into the underbrush on the other side of the clearing. Honey Ape stiffens at the noise and starts scanning for predators in that direction. Grab it! You leap on the small primate and wrestle it to the ground, screeching loudly. I mean, the primate is screeching. No, let's be fair, both of you are. Once you get it pinned, you grab it by the wrist and yank off one of its long, untrimmed fingernails, which, thinking about it, is making me wince, and I've written some pretty horrible stuff in this game alone. You got an item, Honey Ape Fingernail. With this horrible deed accomplished, you let the creature loose and it runs screaming into the swamp. Congratulations on successfully stalking, outsmarting, and assaulting a small weird ape. Thanks! There isn't much bird bath as bird fish in it. Nice, you caught a grody barf trout. Okay. Fish in a sack. Fish in a sack. Yes, Sasquatch Darkstalkopedia. Uh-huh. It is indeed a Sasquatch. This cattail looks different from most of the others. This cattail is huge. It's like a lion tail. Hello, do you have a radio? You cautiously enter the spooky hut and discover it's actually really nice inside. A young woman with a rather twig-oriented hat greets you. Oh, hello, please come in. I don't get many visitors apart from the birds. I might be in the wrong place. Are you Barbara Yargara? That's correct, and you are... I'm Margaret Eckelberg. A pleasure. Come in, go in. You don't have a radio. Oh well. This chess set is nothing but rooks on one side and nothing but doves on the other. Very funny. Barbara's well-maintained arcane oven. Do some cooking. Not yet. Nothing for now. Bed with a feather pillow. This is how I can change expressions. But I just did that. Small bird bath. Ask Barbara about it. Huh. I've never seen an indoor bird bath before. Oh, that was a gift. It's too small for my birds, though. Aw, that's too bad. Barbara does not appear to have set out a feast for her crows. Well, let's talk to her. Barbara Yargara smiles pleasantly. Talk to her. This is a really nice house. To be honest, I was expecting something a lot more, witchy. Oh, you've heard the old stories. Those were about my granny. She was really into croning. Croning? Being a crone. All the really old traditional magic stuff. She lived to be nearly 200 years old. When she passed, she left me this house and all her birds and so on. I see. Is that why you're here? It leads to the basement, KR, and I can't get there yet. Is that why you're here, chasing the old legends of Barbara Yargara? Well, not exactly. I met a kid who's into the old stories, but he was afraid you might be the child-eating kind of witch, so he sent me instead. That's adorable. I don't think I've ever eaten a child, but there's no telling what was in Granny's stews. I'm not sure if that was meant as a joke or... Sure! Anyway, I'm supposed to take back a feather to prove that I've met you. Okay, I can't just give you one, though. Are you sure? Yeah, sorry. I have to give you some kind of test first. It's a tradition thing. What sort of test? Well, a lot of work. It's a lot of work keeping this room clean, what with the birds and all. I'm getting behind on my other chores. Ugh, chores. Or you could fight me. Fight? You? Well, Granny trained all these birds to be killers, but I haven't exactly been out looking for trouble like she used to do, so they could use some exercise, Tell me more about these chores. I don't want to fight birds. Oh, I'd need you to muck out the bird bath out front and pick the right cattails out of my cattail patch for me. That's only 2 things. Isn't there a 3rd thing? Oh, of course, but I'll tell you about that after you finish the first 2. Okay, I'll do the chores. Great. You can tell the ripe cattails. You can tell the ripe cattails by how they look a little different. I'm sure you saw the bird bath when you came in. Got it. Probably shouldn't mess with this trapdoor without Barbara's permission, and we all have our birds' permissions too. So I need 6 sleaze and stench armor for that. How much armor do I have? Well, I've got enough sleaze armor. I just don't have the stench armor. So... Aha! I can put that on. And that on. And that should do it. This isn't so much a... yeah, muck it out. You slap the filth out of the bird bath and hide it behind a tree where no one can see. It's clean now, and that's never speak of it again. Fish! Clean to yourself, you know there's nothing in there. Honey-ape fingernail, a totally normal-sized fingernail, marvel at it. A luxurious hair from the chest of a truly remarkable specimen of masculinity. This cattail might be one of the right ones. Pick it. Pick it. Pick it. Ooh, hold on. Some hobo coat carved in the trunk of the tree. Ask this gal for a... Ooh. Ask her for a treat, huh? I'm all into asking gals for treats. Never seems like a bad idea to me. This cattail is ripe, which I suppose means it's suitable for whatever purpose Barbara uses it for. Hello. Hello, how are those chores going? I'm finished. Here's your cattails. Great, thanks. So what's this mysterious third task? Go down to the basement and fetch a sack of birdseed for me. Basement? How do you have a basement in the swamp? It's weird, I know. I think Granny's magic keeps it from collapsing. It also makes it kind of scary down there. You have a flashlight, right? Yeah, I have a flashlight. Alright, now I can go down the trap door. And I'm sure it's perfectly fine and not at all scary or anything like fuse box is broken beyond repair. You have no choice but to dwell in the darkness. I have no spooky armor. Hell. That'll be what? Plus 1 and 2 is 3, and then 5 with that. I don't think I've got enough for this yet. It's really spooky down there. I swear that there was a way to just get, like, there's a set of books or a book that you can read similar to the one that I've got for sleaze armor and, what was it, hot or cold armor. You basically read it and grind up XP and whatever for that, but let's go to the Moss Rock Grotto. Oh, hey. Despite anything the map might have to say about it, you've managed to wander back to the spot where you set the trap for the Chupa Naranja. Peering through the bushes, you discover that your trap has indeed trapped something. It sort of looks like a giant toad with a tentacle face covered in boils that might also be eyes. You have no idea what a Chupa Naranja looks like, but this seems about as likely as anything you've imagined. The presumed Chupa Naranja seems pretty annoyed about being caught in your trap. Approach it. You carefully sneak up on the Chupa Naranja, which senses your presence and thrashes angrily, breaking free of your trap. Then it turns to face you. Seems mad. Slowly back away. Since you aren't an orange, the creature doesn't attempt to eat you. It does, however, knock you to the ground and jump up and down on you till it feels it's made its point sufficiently clear and allows you to crawl away with your trap lodged somewhere very uncomfortable. Got an item, Chupa Naranja trap. Well, back to the drawing board. Huh. Moss is twinkling for some reason. Well, if this isn't the Moss Man that kid was talking about, you've got a real unusual coincidence. Doesn't exactly look fearsome, but if you're looking for a fight, might be best to take advantage of surprise. Nah, just talk to him. Excuse me, are you a Moss Man? Yep, that's me. Clyde Moss Man. Pleased to meet you. Hi, I'm Margaret Eckelberg. Welcome to my humble abode. I ain't get many visitors, well, except some weird kid I sometimes see peeking around the trees. Is a man a moss a mass delusion? I ain't quite sure I get your meaning. That's my last name, like I said. Yeah, but are you a human person or some sort of moss swamp creature? I get that this is a strange and possibly rude question. Well, I weren't always this way, but I've been living in this swamp a long time. Just kind of dug in and got comfortable. The moss just sort of grows out of me natural like now, instead of hair. I guess it all happened so gradual, and I got so accustomed to it, it didn't occur to me to question it. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to give you some kind of philosophical crisis. No apology necessary, friend. But it is something I'm gonna be chewing on for a while. Can I, have some of your moss? Excuse me, you dropped an existential bombshell on me and now you're asking for a part of my body? I'm really not in top social form today, I guess. I do need some of that moss, though. Well, I'll tell you what. Help me solve this puzzle of whether I'm a man or a monster. I'll give you some moss. Well, the way I see it, you seem intelligent and can hold a conversation and haven't tried to murder me for my delicious organ meats. How do you know they're delicious? So I figure, what does it really mean to be a human anyway? You might well be less Homo sapien and more, well, whatever the technical term for moss is, but does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? What's really important is that is just being a good person, and whatever kind of person you are. Well, that's real. Even if it's an extremely weird kind of person. Well, that's real good of you to say, friend. I guess that answers my question. Great! Here, let me give you some of my moss, like I promised. Peels off some of his mustache and hands it to you. You got an item, Moss Man's mustache. ... Thanks. Say, are you a hobo? Heh. Well, ain't the thing about hobos that they're always on the move? I feel like I'm practically the opposite of a hobo. I happen to know a group of hobos that have settled down and built themselves a pretty nice camp. I bet you'd be welcome there if you're interested. Well now, I do value my solitude, but it certainly couldn't do any harm to visit and see. In fact, I do believe I'm due for a vacation. You mark the location of the hobo camp on Clyde's map and heads off into the swamp with a wave. 15 XP. Hold on. All the items on this table are either made of or covered in moss. Huh, fun. Alright, so that's the monsters. Let's go back to the monster shack. Uh-oh. No, set it some other time because this one didn't work. Dismantle my trap and start over. Tighten the spring. Add a battery. Add a fuse. Let's do everything. Alright, but in the meantime, I've got something for you. Hi, did you meet the fly man? Did you get the, blush? Yeah, I got it here. Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to put this in a little silver locket and treasure it forever. What's he like? Was his experiment a success? I've got to go. I've got to go. The kid pulls out a sash and pins a badge on it and hands it to you. As thanks, here's an official Monster Squad sash and your first Monster Squad badge. The Monster Club sash, 35 XP, is actually a pretty good item. Right now, it just is +1 Moxie, but like I said, the more of these kids you help, the more it'll get. I met the Moss Man you were talking about. See, I told you he's real. Yeah, he's a pretty decent guy, actually. He gave me his mustache. Here. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Thank you. You're welcome. Kid happily sticks the mustache to his upper lip. Oh, I look. Mossy, this is the best day of my life. Kid takes her sash, pins another badge to it, hands it back to you. Monster Club sash, 35 XP. Now that's +1 Mysticality and +1 Moxie. Turned out you were right. The honey ape is a totally real thing. Oh my gosh, really? I knew it. Here's your tracing back and that fingernail you wanted. Wow. Huh. Something wrong? I guess I'm just torn between excitement, vindication, and the fact that this is a much grislier object than I realized it was going to be. Oh, don't worry about it. The honey ape will be fine. It had 9 more. I guess that's true. Anyway, thanks for your help. Here's another Monster Squad badge. And now, that's +1 muscle also. So already that gives you +1 to every M stat. But we still haven't helped her, we still haven't helped him, and we still haven't helped him. So there's 3 more bonuses you can get from that Monster Squad sash. Like I said, it really is a great item. Follow it at a safe distance. Oh, hold on. You're browsing your way through the swamp, taking a sniff through your nose trumpet now and then. The swamp smells terrible. I mean, the swamp is literally just a standing water and rotting compost biome. It's not like that's news or anything, but you wouldn't be surprised if the swamp was at least nominated for world's worst smelling swamp. Sniff. Oh, good heaven, what is that? Something smells like a rotten egg, matted with the tire fire. The egg tire fire also went rotten. Squinting through the trees, you see a patch of brown air hovering nearby. That must be the smell of the wisp the kid was looking for. Follow at a safe breathing distance as the smell of the wisp bobs and weaves through the fetid marsh. Eventually, you come to a rotting tree stump and you sneak quietly behind it. Just as you're about to grab a sample, 3 Gatormen casually stand up from where they were crouched knee-deep in the water around you. Ah, oh, jeez. Don't you think it's a lovely... The Gatormen beat the hell all over you. By the time you wake up, the smell of the wisp is long gone. You gain, in effect, bruises all over. Dang it! Bruises all over as an effect. -1 to max HP. Every inch of your skin is bruised. It's painful, but look on the bright side. If you have any costume parties coming up, you can go as a grape. Well, I'll leave it alone for now and just go to the bus stop. Set my trap. I would like to fix that bruises all over. So let's go back to Ocean City for right now. Go by St. Polycarp's. Ah, the Tin Lizzies. Hello. 5 XP. Thank you, Tin Lizzie. They are fantastic. Let's fish. But also splash some water on my face and bruises all over is gone. I think I've showed that before, but if you do get a negative effect, not perk, right, because the effects are temporary anyway, but if you do get a negative effect, you can get rid of it by splashing water on yourself, which you can do in various locations. Uh-oh. Huh, there's an old gravestone here. Examine it. Pepperidge Dauphin, 1723 to 1778. What the heck? Pepperidge Dauphin died 150 years ago? Then was the man in the boxcar a Oh, again? Gah! Oh, did I startle you? Dreadfully started. Pepperidge, you're alive! Well, yes. Was that in question? This gravestone says, I see, no. This was my great-grandfather's. I was named after him. I decided to bring it with me as another souvenir in addition to my father's padlock collection. Well, that makes sense. This Pepperidge Dauphin looks like he's still adjusting to orthogonal life. Talk to him. How's it going, Pepperidge? Quite well. It's a very nice little community they've got here. A marvelous first step on my new path as a world traveler. Nice, I hope that goes well for you. Quite certain my travels will be completely free of danger or violent misfortune. Let me ask you something. Do you know any hobo code? I've learned some since my arrival, yes. Least I can do after the help you give me. Here, I'll write it down. Write something down on a scrap of paper and holds it and hands it to you. I don't really understand this one. Takes the paper, rotates it about 30 degrees and hands it back. Oh, I got it. Let me ask you something else. Want to buy the pure rock candy? No, thank you. Let me ask you something else. All right. This guy again. Okay, so I'm guessing it's one of these guys that buys the rock candy? All right. Oh yeah, I don't think we've spoken to Walter since we sent him here. Hey, Walter. Oh, hey, thanks for telling me about this place. It's a fine little community. Glad you're settling in. Yep, I'm accustomed to the solitary life of a fisherman, but it's nice to have some folks to come to home to at the end of the day. And nobody's complained about the smell. ... Well, good. Okay. Johnny, King of the Hobos. It's about those secret plans. Well, you have been very helpful. Very well. The general outline of my plan is this. I intend to found an entire city of and for hobos. Too long have we chafed under the laws and economic pressures of this land. When what we truly desire is to live life free, to go where we please and to do what we will. I will establish a city where hobo lifestyle is not only possible, but celebrated. Wow! Where are you going to put it? Well, for now, that must remain a secret. Shoot. It would be improper for my subject to see me sucking on a big lump of candy. That makes sense. There is a radio in here. Yes. Okay. Good. So Rufus's gadget. That's fine. That's letters, but I've spoken to him already. Hey, Howie. Okay, where'd the Moss Man go? Oh, he's probably in here. Yeah. Clyde Mossman. Oh, hey, Margaret, right? Thanks for pointing me to this place. It's pretty great. Everyone's real friendly like. Nice, so you aren't missing the solitude of the swamp? Oh, turns out that's less important to me than just being able to sit still and not do much. Been helping out by growing herbs for this kitchen here. Ask about hobo code? Know any hobo code you could teach me? Sure, I picked up a couple of signs. Here's one for keep off the grass. Thanks. Pure rock candy? Vegetarian. This isn't me dope, but it is mineral. Animal, mineral, vegetable. I'm guessing you don't want to because it's not cream. Oh, never mind. Want to buy this? Wow, yeah, that'll go great with cream. How's 1,000 meat sound? Or surprisingly high, to be honest. Okay, 500 then. He grabs the candy and shoves the meat in your hand before you can protest. Gain 500 meat. He would have been the last guy that I would have, but okay. 500 meat is 500 meat. And with that, we're going to pop back to Plunkett Street. And I think we're going to call it a day for today. We still have 3 monsters we need to obtain souvenirs from. The Chupa Naranja, the Smell of the Wisp, and Barbara Yargara. But I'm sure we can do that next time. Now, speaking of next time, well, let me start wrapping things up for the day, and I'll let you know what I got in mind for next week. So, if you only caught part of today's stream, you can check out the whole thing along with all of my other content over on my YouTube channel over there. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to watch me on my Twitch channel, I go live over there Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Monday evenings had been Ace Attorney, but I concluded the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy this past Monday. So instead, next week will be 2 Shadows Over Loathing streams, Monday evening and Wednesday evening at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. The first Shadows Over Loathing stream from that week will be the makeup stream because I was unable to stream this last week due to being sick. So next week will be 2 Shadows Over Loathing streams on this channel. Shadows Over Loathing is an incredibly fun game, so please stick around as we hunt more monsters and collect smell samples and orange or nostrils or orange-eating monster nostrils and things like that. However, before that, you can actually catch me over on the Bulbagarden Twitch channel over there. I will be going live there twice next week. Once at my usual time on Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time with Pokemon Crystal version. However, because this upcoming Monday is a national holiday in the U.S. and I don't have to go to work, I will also be going live Monday morning at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. Yes, that does mean that I will be having 2 streams on this upcoming Monday, one in the morning at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time, and then one at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time on this channel. So Monday morning Bulbagarden, Monday evening this channel. As for what Monday morning stream is going to be, I have narrowed it down to a few choices. One is go all the way back to Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and do the Darkrai, Shaman, and Arceus events that I never did. 2, which is probably going to take a little longer, is go not quite as far back, but to Let's Go Eevee, where I will be potentially trying to take on some Master Trainers, but more likely doing some shiny hunting or level grinding, because if memory serves, those Master Trainers are actually pains in the ass, and, well, I don't know if I'll be able to actually battle enough of them in my allotted stream time, but the idea theoretically would be to battle a total of 6 Master Trainers, which means I think I only need 5 because I beat the Eevee one, but that way I'll be able to challenge Red, which again, I never did. I could also go back to Pokemon Legends Arceus and battle the Nobles again, rematch all of the Nobles. That would include Dialga, Palkia, and Arceus itself. Again, that's a possibility. Or, Terror Raid battles and shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet. What I am going to do is I am going to have that as a poll on my Sunday stream on the Bulbagarden channel. I will put that up as a poll towards the very end of that stream. That way, whoever hangs around to the end of that can dictate what I do the following day. That's, I believe, the course of action that I've settled on for that. Also, though, you can catch other excellent streamers over on the Bulbagarden channel. I know just this evening they had a Bulbacast where they were going over their thoughts on Pokemon Horizons, which is the anime since Ash Ketchum decided to no longer be part of the anime. Furthermore, there are other streamers or content creators like CapsFan, who will be streaming on Bulbagarden tomorrow evening, but will also be sometimes on his own channel, which is over there. There's also Dawning Winds, who streams generally on Saturday evenings on the Bulbagarden channel, but also sometimes on her own channel over there. Anyway, I do believe that's going to do it for me for this evening. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.